All right. What is up? Greetings. Happy Monday and welcome to the return. James Bond, the continuation, the Quantum of Solace. Game 2 of 4. We started on Saturday, made a decent chunk of progress, and quite excited to continue. The game's quite good. What's up, yo? Happy Monday to you. What is up also, of course, Mudbound Dragon, Dark Rift, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everyone else, in fact. Welcome. I don't know, I was gonna try to think of, as usual, like, do I have stuff to talk about? Is there stuff I want to address? Any housekeeping before we get to stuff? And I'm like, well, I don't feel like that much have happened since last time. I don't know. I'm glad to be getting back into the rhythm of actually sticking to my stream schedule. But that also means streaming on Saturday, largely doing fuck all on Sunday, and then streaming again on Monday. So I guess I don't have too much news to report. I did, although there's not much to say or show about it just yet, but I did over the weekend spend a little time on some World of Jiggy development. Or, well, I mean, I guess it's development, but it's art more specifically. It wasn't planned this way, and I kind of hope to change things, get back on track, but over the past 2 weekends, I think, I've been kind of sidetracked a little bit from the development on my upcoming game, Jumper, in favor of tinkering with some World of Jiggy stuff. The first of which kind of happened as a result of having to open up that project to consult on a few things, just look up how I'd done some things in the past, because I was going to do them for Jumper, or kind of use it as a reference. And just from opening up and tinkering with some of the files and looking at some stuff in World of Jiggy, I just found some stuff that I wanted to improve and optimize and fix, so I did, and then I kind of wanted to add some things, so then I did, and now I'm kind of, I guess I'm finding myself with a degree of motivation and excitement to add some stuff that I had wanted to add for like a year, I guess. What's up, Cyber Nomad? Enjoy your lurk. Thanks for stopping by and saying hello. Appreciate it. You know, there's been, you know, we have I was gonna say a whole notebook. It's not exactly full, but there's some notes here. You know, we've got some, try to see how I can show this without actually showing anything, but, you know, you can see that there's some pages of notes, and there's plenty more notes that are in a different form and place. But there's stuff I'd always intended to want to make. But once I kind of had put enough stuff in place to kind of launch, I was sort of happy to leave it there. Then I did kind of, there was really one major update to, you know, add some new scenes and functionalities. And it's been a hot minute. Like, the intention was always to keep working on it. And in fact, starting the development on Jumper was not the initial plan, because it was only when I kind of realized that I probably had done enough work on, well, not how to phrase it. One of my goals with World of Jiggy was to use it as a sandbox for experimenting and practicing and learning Unreal Engine, and like figuring out how to make stuff with the intention of eventually, you know, making some kind of actual game and kind of getting that ball rolling. And I had not anticipated that the point of feeling reasonably confident and, you know, interested in actually wanting to make a proper game to come so soon. I had kind of expected to probably put, you know, a bunch more work into updates and like making a couple of different mini games and whatnot for World of Jiggy before like trying to branch out into actually making a game. But I kind of felt that, you know what, I don't really need to do much more. I feel pretty ready to try to take that on, at least with a simple enough concept, which is why Jumper is a single button endless runner. Like, it's about as simple of a game I could think of mechanically to make. So it's already, as is usually the case, a compounding sort of pile of sidetracks where Jumper in itself was kind of not a sidetrack per se, but it you know, it took my attention away from World of Jiggy sooner than I had intended. Sooner, both in terms of time, but also in terms of features and you know, amount of stuff in it. So I don't want to kind of fully go back into some kind of fully fledged World of Jiggy development phase, so to speak. But I felt inspired to tinker with it, as I mentioned recently when I just kind of opened it up. And at this point, I want to make sure that I finish what I'm currently working on right now, which I won't talk about much. Like, I guess I've been torn on how much to keep under wraps and how much to kind of show my development process. But the thing I'm particularly working on now, I think I'd rather just kind of finish it and implement it and show it. Because it'll also be, it's not a singular thing so much as it's like kind of adding a new dimension to everything that's already there. So I want to kind of show the first iteration of that, and then we'll see where it goes from there. But right now, I haven't implemented anything of what I've been working on. It's just art, really. So I need to finish the art assets and implement them and do some stuff with it. And I probably will keep working on that over the next couple of weekends, but we'll see. Like, there's this week, it's a really long extended weekend. I work to like lunchtime Wednesday basically, and after that it's the weekend. So I would have time to actually do some Jumper work as well. That's my hope anyway. But I don't know, I've got a lot of irons in the fire, and I got to figure out a way to manage my time. In any event, again, not much to show or talk about just yet, but be advised that there will be more updates to World of Jiggy. I would say before summer. Well, depending on how you define summer, but before I go on break, which is about early July, I guess. Break from my day job, that is, not from streaming. But who knows? Maybe I should take a stream break as well. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. We'll figure that out. Point being, stay tuned for more World of Jiggy updates. However, it is important to me that I don't lose momentum entirely on Jumper, so that's why I'm kind of eager to... Not so much eager to get back to it, so much as eager to avoid leaving it on the shelf for long enough that I just, like, really don't get back to it. The thing with that, though, is the kind of next big thing to work on with that game is art. Like, yes, there are gameplay balancing and tweaking and, like, UI stuff and VFX and feedback. Like, there's a lot of little things that I would kind of like to get more finalized before I feel like the game only needs art, so to speak. And I would prefer to compartmentalize that a little bit so I'm not focusing on everything at once. But the actual stuff that I need to do with the art is going to be a little bit of an undertaking, just planning and figuring out how to do the modular and like procedural buildings. And I think that that's part of why I felt so compelled to mess with the World of Jiggy stuff, because it's so much easier. It's a lot lower hanging fruit because I know exactly what I need to do. And I enjoy the puzzle solving aspect of game development, of learning how to sort of code and design stuff, but sometimes it can just be a lot of friction when you have an idea of how to do something, like in the kind of broad strokes or kind of conceptually, but just the lack of familiarity and experience with the specific tools makes it like every step is just more work than you want it to be. And it can be tough to maintain motivation when you just feel like your tools don't they're, well, not the tools themselves, but your skills with those tools are insufficient to realize, like, it just feels like you're wearing waits. You know, it's just hard to move, and it just is frustrating when you're kind of used to things progressing a bit more smoothly. But at the same time, like, I can't use that as an excuse to put it off forever either. But we'll see. Ideally, I'd have some time set aside so I can really get into it, so I don't, because I feel like, I guess it's one of those things where doing it as I mostly have been doing recently, a couple of hours, one day out of the week,
a box?
Might be a little tricky. We'll see. But we'll get more updates on both World of Jiggy and Jumper soon enough. Soletta, what is up? Bob 45 wants a box art review.
A box?
And more of them piling up. Sure, we'll do some of that. Just hydrate. Give me a moment here to just pair stuff saved. And let's hop on over here. First off, let's take a look at the Knights 2. Quite a title. We've got the dustiest low-res Japanese internet image to go off here. The Knights 2, Little Light from Nowhere. From Mitsubishi Chemical. And a logo I can't read. Pretty good name. PC98 RPG. I mean, it sure looks like it. To be quite frank, I really wish I had a better image, because both the resolution and the colors make it really hard to kind of appreciate or frankly even parse like the finer details. It looks really cool. I like a lot of what I can make out. I think there's definitely some technical execution aspects that are a little, I don't want to say questionable, but like at first glance it looks like it's like ultimate mega god art, but then you kind of look at the figures and they all have like quite strange poses and proportions. Like it doesn't seem like it was fully kind of sketched out properly ahead of time. I don't know. Like I think the rendering looks awesome. Like I think the like a lot of what's going on in the background looks really sick. I like the knight with the wolf head helmet, whatever's going on in the like in the top right. But like the foreground characters look significantly stranger, I think. It's also a little funny to me that all of the swords have like the Excalibur glare, but it doesn't like it I don't know, the guy on the far left, like his sword is kind of on the floor, like it feels like it should almost be engulfed by the dark void that he's standing on, but there's still like just a big glint on the sword that like makes no actual sense. Not that it has to be like fully realistic or make sense as such, but it like, because every like you have multiple people with swords in completely different angles, and they all have that like exact same glare, like in the exact same spot. It's like it's to the point of being a little distracting, I think. But it's very cool. Like even the stuff that the blue cape on the guy on the left that doesn't seem like it's quite like correctly drawn, I can actually more sort of buy that as a deliberate stylization. But other than that, like it has a lot of elements that I like. I think the title square, the big block on the top right, is a little unfortunate. I don't think that helps anything. It's one of those things where I feel like I'm not quite able to fully judge it properly. Like I can only judge it so well based on what I have to go on. Like I think a lot of what's happening in the background there's some kind of battle scene, and like, is that a pack of wolves or something on the far right? Like it's just, I have to guess what I'm even looking at. So maybe that'll impact my overall impression. I would definitely love to see a more high quality version of this. But I will say this for sure, like it's got that X factor of the color palette, the composition, the overall vibes, the like power emanating from this imagery is doing a lot of work to, I think, bridge the gap of like some of the weirdnesses that are going on with the way, especially the figures in the front are drawn. Like, yes, I can identify strange things going on, but they don't actually really bother me. It's more like I can identify the fact that if this had been drawn or executed in a more technically proficient way, I would probably like it even better. But at the same time, like, I can identify room for improvement, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I would like, I feel like it's detracting from it.
What have you got there? A box?
But overall, I like it, but I think based on what I can see, there's enough awkwardness and kind of obvious room for improvement and things that stand out to me as kind of like, a little strange, that I think that'll, this, for now, pending better, pending more information being revealed via higher quality imagery, I'm gonna say this one tops out at 4 stars. It's a potentially strong 4, but I can't quite in good conscience give this 5 stars, I don't think. But thank you very much for that. I hope you enjoyed it. I sure did. Let me just save this other image here and we will move on in a moment. You providing alternate source material. Oh yeah, this is actually significantly higher quality. I stand by what I'm saying, I think, but we can. I don't know how much of a difference this will make for you guys, but we can bring this up. Like I can actually see. I guess those are bulls on the right, not wolves. Yeah, because it's kind of interesting seeing this. There's a lot of like you can actually make out the texture of the canvas and stuff like that, which I think is cool. And you can really only do that if you have a high enough quality and largely like if the size is decent enough. Yeah, we can kind of make out more what's happening in the battle scene on the right. There's like knights fighting barbarians. Yeah, I think like in terms of subject matter, in terms of general style, this is like really, really sick. I don't, you know what? Like, I'll be honest. I'm not saying I can't or won't stand by that 4, but I'm definitely wobbling here. Being able to appreciate it in greater detail is you know what? There's still like a few weird things, and I think the logo I think kind of kills it quite a bit too. Like I think it's only fair to deduct for that, but it's this is one of those boxes I would not mind having as a poster. At least like the illustration itself. But there you go. That's the Knights 2. Let us take a look at the next game. Or the next box, I should say. We're not moving too far. We are looking at Dungeon Hack. Forbidden Realms game. For the PC 98. I'm assuming that this is actually I guess I wouldn't know, but yeah, okay. Well, maybe not. I was gonna assume that this is a port of a Western game, and we have TSR and SSI up there, but it's like, well, I guess you might still have original Japanese games that still have those logos for like licensing reasons. I'm not sure. There's a lot, I think, of old D&D games and shit like that that I don't really know too much about super well, and I know for a fact that there are Japanese ports and adaptations of Western games of various kinds, so it wouldn't surprise me that this would be one of them. It's cool because you get that, of course, highly typical Japanese bubble era fantasy pauldron style. Like you could imagine all the different characters and stuff in the background what the kind of equivalent would have been in an original. Like, I wouldn't expect the artwork to be adapted one-to-one, but if these same kind of characters were depicted in a Western version, like what they would have looked like and how the sort of Japanese version of them look here. And it's all like incredible stuff. I really, really dig this stuff for sure. Again, we have a slight case of unfortunate title logo blending into the background. It's just I don't know, just hard to get that shit right back in analog days, I suppose. But it's really fucking cool. I think in some ways, the box we just looked at, the Knights 2, is way cooler. In some ways, this is like way more technically proficient. I think I do kind of prefer, like, very, very broadly the oil paint style of the other cover as opposed to this kind of I don't know, pencils and markers and that kind of just the texture and vibe you get from the style in which it was illustrated. But in terms of the aesthetics, the design of the characters and everything, like, they're quite different, but I like them both a lot. I love the monochromatic background with the kind of central figure standing out from it. I think this is really sick. Once again, I'm kind of torn. It's difficult to assign a score, having to kind of take into account what could be above and below. And even though I don't necessarily, like, I'm going a little bit on gut instinct, I'm not necessarily ranking based on a very strict set of criteria, but if I've given one box a score 5 minutes ago, it's impossible to not have that a little bit in the back of your mind. But I think there's, oh man, very, very difficult. You know what, I'm gonna, just in fairness, I feel like it would be wrong for me to so clear cut say that this is better, because I'm not sure that it is. But I think both the Knights 2 and Dungeon Hack are very, very strong 4s. They're really, really good. But there's like, this one doesn't have as many kind of technical shortcomings as the other one, so to speak. But it also doesn't maybe feel quite as emotionally evocative of like the coolness. Like, it is equally cool, but in a different way, I guess. But yeah, very, very good boxes both. What's up, Mendel? Greetings. So there you have it. There's my review for Dungeon Hack. Quality pauldrons. No real major notes. So let's take a look then at more SSI gaming. Here's Dark Legions. Got a fancy fake 3D perspective box, I guess, but I'm assuming it's just a, yeah, it's like a launch box thing using, I'm assuming, original artwork. Well, comparatively, or maybe even in general, it looks a bit shit, doesn't it? Like, I feel like we're looking at a bunch of like straight top-down sprites from like a gauntlet, like, that have just been like drawn in high resolution, and would, like, I'm getting like weird Mac gaming vibes from this, where you have these like high resolution well, not high resolution by modern standards, of course, but compared to any other game, like high resolution kind of hand-drawn artwork that animates poorly. And it's like already artistically a weird perspective, because this like perfectly straight top-down view doesn't really do a great job of showing off like aesthetically what characters look like, and it's such an alien kind of view just from like how we perceive daily life, you know? It feels weird to see characters in this perfectly straight top-down view. Now, I have no idea if that's actually representative of the game, but what the front of the box is making me envision is some weird, like, top-down Mac roguelike RPG of some kind, which could be super fascinating, but not really for its visual splendor. So I think it's kind of cool that the title is so prominent and it's, you know, unambiguous what it's about in terms of we got all kinds of fantasy creatures and warriors and wizards and whatnot. But it really doesn't make it look good. Quite frankly, if you removed all the characters and just had the logo sort of, you know, these cracks in this rock, in this, I guess, blood or whatever, like pouring out to shape the logo. If you just took that concept and like rendered it more elaborately, the coolest shit you could possibly do would be to like literally sculpt this in, you know, I mean, you could even do it in fucking craft foam, whatever. Like, make an actual physical sculpt of this logo being etched in rock and like filled with like resin or whatever to make the blood or the liquid, and then just like put some fog, light it well, and shoot a photograph of it, and that would be like a fucking 5-star box. Like, that would be so fucking sick. And even if you can't do that, literally just doing the exact same thing they've done here, but removing all these like ugly Mac game characters with this dodgy 90s drop shadow, like that would just make the box look better. So I think this is like a lot of ideas, many of which contribute to making the box look worse than it would have otherwise. So this is one of those things that it's not really that the figures are poorly drawn so much as the idea is like poorly conceived. And yeah, this is one of those examples, I think, where it's a bad box art, not because it's plastered in like review scores and blurbs and shit, not because it's like, you know, badly drawn or just like a terrible composition or some other weird outside factor, but more like the design and the concept of it is, because even if the characters were painted awesomely, it's still I don't think I would like it all that much. But unfortunately, they aren't drawn that awesomely, and especially the wizard's spell and the thing on the top right, the fire, like there's this weird glow around it. Like, it just looks bad. It's just ugly. I would be slightly curious to see what kind of game it is, just to figure out if it's like a strategy game or a tactics game or a dungeon crawler RPG or whatever it is. But yeah, I wouldn't look at the back of the box with high expectations. So for me, this is a 2-star box. It's just not very good.
What have you got there? A box?
Darkfreight wants me to review another box. Sure, we'll get to that. It's a Silicon Knights. I feel like I have no awareness of what Silicon Knights has done outside of like Metal Gear and Too Human and what was that? The horror game Eternal Darkness? Is that what that was called? I mean, it makes sense that they were around before then, but yeah, not something I'm familiar with. All right, give me a moment to try to get this image saved such that I might show it. Let's take a look at Zork personal software from Radio Shack Games. I guess Radio Shack maybe produced TRS 80s. I'm not sure. But yeah, a early, I suppose, version of Zork. Model 1 TRS 80 with 32K and 1 disk drive. Yeah, a lot to take in here. It's well painted for sure. It's like kind of exciting, and I think I'm not super well versed in Zork, I must admit. I'm sure Zork is one of those games, one of those series that has like a billion different releases with vastly different artwork. I I believe I probably have played like the first 2 rooms of Zork or whatever. Because I do believe what we're seeing in the back is like the start of the game. Like you start in front of a mansion and there's a mailbox or something like that, right? Like I would expect, not even knowing it very well, that it is a game of its time, which means it's got a lot of weirdnesses, it's got a lot of idiosyncrasies from its creators, and it's from a time where like a lot of computer game and video game like rules and the word traditions and conventions hadn't been codified yet. And I think the same is to an extent true of like fantasy stuff. I don't know when this would be exactly, but I think obviously Tolkien was around and everything, but like if you look at early D&D and like just other like fantasy stuff from kind of the 70s and early 80s, like I feel like it took a while for stuff to kind of converge and to kind of solidify into this more understood kind of sense of what a fantasy world or what medieval fantasy is, etc. So like I don't even know Zork that well, but I have a sense, and maybe this is just enhanced from looking at this, but like my vague perception of it is that it is kind of weird. It has like fantasy elements, but it's not like your typical medieval fantasy world. Like it's just kind of a weird hodgepodge of different stuff, which I think in my mind was like a more common thing back then, because things weren't so codified. But I could be completely wrong, and this cover just like doesn't represent the game at all, or like I don't know. But it's interesting for sure. I think it's really cool. Like it's like I imagine that a lot of it is actually quite specific to the game, and this dude is probably carrying a bunch of shit that you pick up along the way in the game. And I would like it just seems correct for this kind of game that you're wandering around this weird mansion, but also you get a magic sword and this jewel encrusted scepter and this winged helmet, like because it's just a quest thing that you put those in exciting adventures or so it's cool. I actually really like this, and I think even if I'm completely wrong about how faithful and accurate this is to the game, I think in hindsight, it becomes such a fascinating collection of elements that feels, I don't want to say out of place, but like, it has this very particular flavor that is so out of step with current, like very often like hyper conventional like takes on what is and isn't appropriate for a certain kind of setting. So like I don't know, there's just something about this combination of elements that feels in many ways just from a bygone era, which makes it kind of like exotic and interesting and appealing. I think this is great. I love this. Like it's so cool, and I like and then on top of all of that, like the actual execution, the painting is beautiful. I think it reads very, very well. I don't feel too bad about saying that this is my favorite box of the ones we've looked at today. I think this is phenomenal. Like, and if it turns out, I'm not really putting this as part of my judgment, but like, if this is also actually highly faithful of the game, that just like kind of makes it even better. But even just purely on account of like how well painted this is and how exciting it is and how like cool, and it's so evocative of a different time and place in games. For me, this is 5 stars. This is awesome. I really love this. So there you go. There's personal software Zork. And I have to imagine that Zork games and Zork boxes, by and large, you know, even though there might be some really fancy cool ones, I would have to imagine that they largely only got less exciting and interesting than this over time. But there you go. That's box art reviews for today. We'll draw the line there and finally get onto some Bond gaming. How about that? There's like a weirdly really loud storm outside apparently. Let's hope that doesn't cause any problems. That's not the slide I meant to have on. There we go. We are today continuing Quantum of Solace for the PS2. So far, we finished the first stretch of Quantum of Solace stages, and we did the very word set, but the foot chase parkour construction site scene. Is it Madagascar, I think? Whatever, it doesn't really matter. The opening action scene of Casino Royale, and we are now to continue through the entirety of Casino Royale as we are reminiscing about our lost love before we then ultimately will head back into the climax and finale of Quantum of Solace. So far, this game has been, in my mind, significantly more interesting and better than the 360 game. It's been more challenging. We are making progress more slowly, especially with the kind of trial and error stealth bits. But I've been enjoying it. And I shall greatly look forward to seeing if we're gonna see more interesting differences between them in terms of like the levels and missions and how they interpret different sections. So like the Haiti section, like the sequence in the film, was completely absent in the Treyarch game, but it had a level in this game, which was like extremely helpful in establishing some of the characters. So I wonder if there's other segments that will be more present in this game, or maybe even the other way around. I'm not sure. Interesting lore about the Zork cover. Yeah, feel free to share on Discord. I don't mind that one bit. So, yeah, as usual, I'm a little inclined to maybe try and keep things a little light and brief today. And with that in mind, let's try to get going here. A little bit of setup here on my end before I get this. Let's see. Type you guys in here. On. No. Okay, this out. How to do this. Doing 5 things at once here. And let's see here. Go. Timer's ready and everything. Yep, looks good. Hope the automatic memory card assignment works. It should. But I didn't properly test it, so we're about to find out if we're starting over or if everything's working. Yeah, I always found it to be like a peculiar thing, kind of a striking thing about this, like the poster. So the box art for the game is like one of the posters for the movie, right? And obviously it's not like Bond's never used submachine guns or rifles, but in this kind of like poster imagery, it would seem more typical to see him holding a pistol. So just seeing him with a submachine gun is like already a little strange. But I don't mean it negatively loaded, just like unusual. But then the way he's like posing with it also, it's just like the way he's sort of brandishing it, waving it around with one hand like a toy, like seems a little strange. But, you know, it's a very recognizable image. It's not a bad poster. I mean, it's not the most exciting poster. But, I mean... the movie is like fucking nothing anyway. So if you can get like one decent poster kind of image out of it, you know, you're not doing too badly. Yes, we definitely get some of that trademark Daniel Craig stoicism. All right, so I guess load checkpoint. We'll see how that works. Actually, yeah, it says level start, but we might as well just pick, just in case it changes. We might not see the level cutscene if we do that, so we can just use chapter select. And this is interesting. Now, the levels are going to play out quite differently. But right now, just looking at this list, we're getting... I guess I shouldn't call it spoiler. Wait, hang on. I can't even pick Science Center. I guess I have to complete it to pick it. It's a little strange. But it looks like this game actually has significantly fewer Casino Royale levels, because we only have like 4 levels left. In fact, Venice isn't even a stage here. That's surprising. The thing about, like, in the other game, some of the levels were split up into multiple levels. Like, Science Center had 2 levels, Casino Royale had like 2 or 3 levels, then there was the barge, and then Venice, and then Ego Hotel. So the fact that there's fewer here doesn't necessarily mean that the game's going to be much shorter. But it's interesting that it's actually structurally a bit different. I guess we're loading the checkpoint. Even if we miss the level intro cutscene, I guess it makes no fucking difference, because you can barely tell what anyone's talking about in those anyway. Let's do it. Start the timer. And see if I remember how to play this. Okay, well, there we go.
The Nambutu embassy in Madagascar.
007?
Bond.
The one I just promoted. On foreign soil, he's violated.
Oh yeah, this is where we skip the entire embassy action set piece from the movie.
Camera. The satellite image suggests
A bomb. The heat signature's too sudden for anything else. Find our field agent.
That would be Carter, man.
Put him on. I want a full report.
This isn't important. Move on. I want to see what Bond saw. Every face, every file. That's all that matters.
And also this shit.
No. Go further. Find Bond.
Like, who's fast forwarding? Like, this is so confusing.
Hello, M.
You've got a bloody cheek. I give you 007 status and you celebrate by shooting up an embassy.
I thought one less bomb maker in the world would be a good thing.
We wanted to question him, not kill him. And thanks to you, we've no idea who hired him or why.
He was hired by Alex Demetrius.
Demetrius. What's he up to?
That's what I'm trying to find out. I followed him here to the Science Center.
Like, I guess the idea is we're, like, snoopily listening in on clandestine radio communications. I don't know. It's weird. But luckily, the video game part's pretty good.
Looks like Demetrius is waiting for someone.
Do you know who?
No, not yet.
You're in Miami, Bond, not some backwater embassy in Madagascar. You can't just storm in.
Well, then I'll have to move quietly.
When my guest arrives, show him in. No one else gets through.
Yes, sir.
And of course, the lack of subtitles doesn't help. Stoic he is. I like that we get these, I mean, they're not exactly like adventure-y bits, but it's cool that it's not all guns blazing shooting. Got some vertex color, fake bloom, but there's like some actual bloom also. Yeah, this kind of, well, I say this era as if I've played a lot of 2008 PS2 games, but like late PS2 attempts at like somewhat realistic-ish graphics. Like, I'm basically thinking of this in Batman Begins, but even really some of the other previous Bond games too. Like, there's just something about that aesthetic that I find, it's not like my favorite video game aesthetic or anything, but certainly compared to the equivalent that we saw throughout basically the entirety of the 360 and PS3 generation, and arguably ever since. This is like the last vestige of realistic-ish video game visuals still looking like video game graphics and having a unique video game graphic-y appeal. I definitely like the look of this game better than the 360 game. Like, they both look old, right? So I'd rather take an old game that looks nice and interesting than an old game that just looks old.
The Science Center is closed, sir.
Push me back with both hands. Alright, okay. He's a red dot on my map. He's an enemy.
Bond, try to find a side entrance.
Luckily, we've got objective markers. This is just like a roadblock. The walls. I'm just taking in all the sights. All right, let's hack the door. Can I get some green ones, please, before time runs out? I missed it. Ugh, I probably fucked it up then. .5 seconds left. Nailed it. Right. How do I go into... That's my crouch button. Okay. Do I have stealth takedowns? I forget how this game works. Oh, we get a cutscene takedown. Have the earpiece. Gun. Checkpoint, I'm assuming.
Good thinking. You'll be able to hear the enemy radio channel with that.
Our gun drawn. I don't think it said checkpoint, but... See? Nope, that's... This... Going around corners and stuff can be a little finicky, to say the least.
Should let us clean this place out.
And get the feds interested? With the hardware we smuggle through here, last thing we want is attention.
I guess I'm hacking that, but... That's while this guy's snooping around. We can grab this. Good. It's already pretty exciting. Like, you actually genuinely feel like you're sneaking in somewhere you don't belong. I don't really feel like there were sequences like this, or at least that felt this well executed in the other game. Like, there's the part in the opera house and whatever else where you kind of... Like, very linear sequences of going from checkpoint to checkpoint. Taking out people. Getting to where you were going. But... yeah, well done. The reload button, alright. Remembering. Asking to be subdued.
Robinson, where the hell are you? You're supposed to be guarding the alley.
It's kind of funny that this is like extremely straightforward and simple. Like this, the stealth here feels like it's way simpler than the Haiti level, where like every stealth section took like 12 tries to understand the exact sequence of maneuvers that the game was kind of expecting of me. Well, let's walk over to the green marker. Cutscene trigger or something.
Could be useful, 007.
Looks pretty good. Those light shafts. There's cameras over there. I mean, we'll just
Store the keys nearby. Try the office.
oh, I thought we were like sending that off and just pausing a scene. I mean, I guess we probably still are, maybe, but turns out we need keys. Okay. Supposed to just walk out in the open over there. Okay, a few dots showed up. I just figured I didn't want to advance further. So judging from the map, I'll have to go past them. Oh, there. Camera hacking panel. Whoops. It's the wrong thing. Wrong. It's a good thing. I mean, it is a wrong thing, but that's not what I meant to say. It's very convenient that every security camera just has a panel right next to it. Ripe for disabling. There's a key. Huh. I guess the objective marker was not at all the key. Oh, good thing I found that. I'm assuming I'm not going to drive this myself. Yeah.
Nicely done, Bond. See if you can get up onto the roof. There should be an air vent panel you can use to get inside.
Oh, we took out both cameras, I see. And also just ripped those two guys, I guess. It's like just a remote stealth takedown by way of forklift. Alright, this doesn't open. Nice, you know, cathartic forklift experience after 007 racing. But it'd be cool, like, I'm assuming, technically, I guess I don't know if this is one of those sections where if you get spotted, it's an instant fail. But it feels like that's, like, just how you get through this. It doesn't feel like that's some kind of alternate, like, it doesn't feel like there are other solutions to this. But, like, if there had been, it feels like it could have been pretty cool. Or, like, you know, just imagining this kind of scenario, but with different... Oh, okay. I think they know I'm here.
Watch the corners!
Well, at this point, I guess it's not an instant fail. I'm being spotted.
I'm all that's left! Give me some backup!
Oh my god. Well, this is not going great, is it? Okay, I'm not sure what he was doing, but... Well, that wasn't super smooth, but we got there. What's up, Franken? Yes, there are 4 completely separate Quantum of Solace games. The Treyarch game that we played through on 360, which was also on PS3, Wii, and PC. This PS2 game by Eurocom. Then there is the Nintendo DS game and the Java phone game. Okay, so it looks like I can hack this, but I can also go up here. He was talking about getting to the rooftop. There was technically like alternate routes on the Opera House level, so maybe the same applies here. Nice looking. I mean, it's very gray, but you know, it's the magic of this level of just this right level of fidelity to make it look video gamey and nice.
Any news?
Bond's on the roof of the Science Center. He's just got inside.
And Dimitrios?
All the data confirms Bond's report. Dimitrios was in contact with a bomb maker in Madagascar.
Dimitrios wouldn't have much use for a bomb maker himself. He smuggles arms and works as a middleman.
He just flew into Miami from his home in the Bahamas. I cross-checked known associates who were there at the same time. Look who turned up.
Our favorite rogue financier. Do you think Dimitrios is working as a middleman for Lashif?
It crossed my mind, but why would a banker want to hire a bomb maker?
That's up to Bond to find out. Perhaps Dimitrios will tell him tonight.
So this cutscene happens like at the start of the other level. So in the other game, so those briefing, whatever, radio cutscenes, those are the exact same. Literally the same, like, video files. And in the other game, Science Center parentheses exterior and Science Center parentheses interior are two separate levels. But here, they're, like, as far as the game is concerned, they're the same level, but we just get that briefing cutscene in the middle of it. But the exterior wasn't exactly, I mean, it wasn't very long of a level, so I can see why they just sort of put it together like that. But yeah, it's interesting. So we get...
007. Proceed through the gantries and down the main stairwell. You'll find a security control point in the basement.
So we get kind of a similar thing there where you can tell how they're using the same sort of structure, but where they kind of put the chapter start and end, like, isn't necessarily the exact same. And this looks so good with this, like, the baked lighting, textures. Basic stuff, but man, looks good. That's like a red little lamp. That's not a destructible thing. Ah, but I can shoot that thing. Question is, can I get closer? Because they're not gonna be stunned. Well, I guess I can just snipe them. All right, whatever. I have a sniper rifle. That might be helpful. It's a good thing I didn't fucking try to snipe with the other gun, because even with the sniper rifle, I missed half the shots. I do kind of wish the game would give more feedback on what ammo you're collecting. Like in this game, in the other game, you have limited number of weapons in your inventory, so you can just kind of swap between your guns. And if you can tell that there's, like, anytime you walk over a gun that isn't in your inventory, you'll get a prompt to swap your current gun for that gun. So in this game, because you just collect every gun you run over, you can, like, have a sort of a Doom style just inventory of whatever guns. You're not necessarily, like, for one, you get very little ammo for every pickup, typically speaking, but also it's very hard to know where you're at in ammo for your current or other weapons. Whereas, like, in the other game, if you feel like you're low on ammo, but you're frequently being prompted to swap weapons because you're walking over guns that aren't in your inventory, you usually can very easily get the feeling of, well, okay, it's probably time for me to swap to this weapon because this is what the enemies are using, so I'll get more ammo for this. But here, you don't really get that, and the only way to have a feeling for, like, you can't usually visually see very easily what weapons other characters are using. So the only way to really know how I'm doing on ammo for various weapons is to, like, scroll through the weapon wheel. Which, you know, you can at least do that pretty quickly. But it's a little annoying. It would be nice to be able to see, like, oh yeah, I've been getting messages about picking up such and such ammo types. So I have a feeling that I have decent amounts of ammo for the, you know, such and such weapon. That'd be nice, in my opinion. It's so strange that the stealth here is so much simpler, and, like, everyone is, like, facing the other direction. See, everyone's like walking into position with their back turned. As far as like gray facility service tunnels, got a pretty nice look to it. Like, a lot of these like dramatic orange and green lights and whatever. Nice mood.
All teams, we have an intruder in the catwalk.
No, you don't. I will say using the silenced weapons isn't like super duper satisfying. Like the sound design on the weapons in general are not as good. Like it's not as good in this game as in the Treyarch one. I mean, in general, the guns and the shooting isn't as good. It's as good as it needs to be. It's not bad. But the shooting was like remarkably good in that game. But I still think it's like it's less of a concern, as it should be, I think, in a Bond game. Like, because there's other stuff going on. The shooting being debatably less like perfect is not too much of a concern. Oh, there's another guy over there. I didn't even... Oh well, you know, automatically regenerating health and everything too, so you know, could be. Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting him to. I was thinking he would like jump on top of the pipes. I wasn't expecting him to jump straight up and grab. That's caught me off guard. All right, working our way down to the basement. Very satisfying clearing like room by room. All right, new locale. Getting the buttons mixed up constantly.
All teams, eyes open. Enemy is in the building. Decker, any sign of him up there?
There he is! Take him out! What was
Okay.
that?
That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Little Bond moment. Despite no actual Bond moment system. This is a nice shiny puddle. Reckon this is all just... Can I... I wanted to push it. There we go. Kick.
Fire! Fire! Need another squad! Over!
Unspeakable horror
Got him.
awaits you.
What's up, Bivork? 12 months of unspeakable horror. I think this facility is OSHA compliant. Well, too bad for the people working here, I guess. And by working here, I mean these... I guess maybe they... I mean, surely these guys aren't just Science Center security guards that I'm just shooting. I mean, maybe they are. Who knows? Anyway, it's not Bond's problem, and therefore it's not my problem. But thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate that. Yeah, the Bond move stuff was like such an excellent concept that got basically better with every game until From Russia with Love had the most like whack, watered down version of it compared to Everything or Nothing. the Treyarch Quantum of Solace game has this weird thing where there basically are a few of those little moments sprinkled out throughout the game, and you get achievements for them.
I need backup now.
But the game itself doesn't call any attention to that, and that would only be on the 360 version. Because I don't... Like, PS3 introduced achievement, or like trophies in 2008. But, I think... I don't know when in the year. Like, Metal Gear Solid 4, I remember, came out in like the spring of 2008. And that didn't have... Like, it was patched to add trophies later. And I don't think trophies was mandatory for some time. So I'm not sure. But certainly the Wii and the Windows versions wouldn't have it. And the game doesn't like acknowledge them or the achievements at all in the game. People, I feel like there shouldn't be people behind me. Who knows? I did not play Russia from Russia Love on PSP because, according to my research, it didn't really seem sufficiently different from the other versions to justify playing it. I wanted to explore, even though there's like nothing to actually collect in this game.
All teams, intruder is still on the loose. He may have found a way inside. Stay alert.
There, right there.
No, like waiting behind a corner for them to pass you and then take them out, huh? The research I did to determine which games to play and everything, I did 3 years ago, so I cannot give you detailed accounts of my research process. But I can tell you that I looked at footage of the game and saw that it, at the very least, from a cursory glance, seemed extremely similar. And it's possible that that was a an erroneous judgment call. But it's a judgment call I made several years ago, so I cannot give you an account of what went into it. Oh, there's another guy. Like, I understand that these games don't have big, like, splashes of blood or whatever, but even, like, dust, like, some, like, good feedback on shots that actually land, especially when we have these, like, silenced guns, would be really nice. Like, that's one thing that I love about GoldenEye that's, like, super unconventional, especially by, you know, by the standards, you know, not that existed at the time, but the eventual standards of first-person shooters and action games that have, like, realistic guns, you know, as opposed to something like Quake, is that in GoldenEye, basically when you shoot someone, there's, like, a big hit spark. And it's a little strange, but it legitimately, like, feels really satisfying. Was there, like, alternate routes here? I'm not sure. Advance towards our objective. What's up, Cody? Keep uncrouching when I mean to uncover. Find a way to enter the security center. There's a door right next to me. That seems like it could be a way.
Take the shot.
They seem to have other plans. It also looks like it's got a little lock thing on it. I don't think stealth is that important, so let me use a gun that has gun sounds. Oh, can't shoot him in the leg. The character animation isn't as good in this game as in the other one. Like, it's fine. But the enemies were, like, remarkably well animated in the Treyarch game. Which definitely contributed to the satisfying feel of the combat. So, can I vault over this, or is it... Yeah, it's... Okay, it's... There's too much glass and there's a bunch of monitors. Couldn't possibly vault over there. Oh, I guess that's a camera that's gonna detect you. Like, so I mean, I don't know if I could have come here from the other direction. There we go. I don't think that serves any purpose, but nice little bit of verisimilitude. You can actually move around and unlock doors and whatnot. What's up, Mike? I'm liking this game a lot. The shooting isn't as good as the 360 game, but everything else is like way better.
What's the target? The Skyfleet prototype at Terminal C. It's the biggest plane in the world. The bag's got everything you need. Miami Airport, Terminal C, Gate 4. The code will get you through the door. After that, it's up to you.
See, there's like little bits of visual imagery with dialogue that explain what's going on.
Deal with it now.
Something that was completely absent in the other game.
I'm moving! Cover me! I need suppressing fire!
Oh, okay, that was bad. It's okay. I'm only down to my crotch in health. There we go. Rapidly improving. I turned his head to look at the button, so it's a little weird. Collect some ammo, and I guess we're going back to... Yeah, that's an interesting point, Mike, about reviews. Like, yeah, these are separate games and would reasonably, you know, treat it as such, but I feel like a review... I wouldn't expect a review for something like this to, like, barely even acknowledge what specific version they're playing. And for sure, like, you definitely wouldn't expect them to run, like, separate reviews for multiple versions of a game. And I'm sure most magazines and, like, the publisher themselves, like, everyone, I feel like, would have treated this version as, like, a complete afterthought and assume that it would be just a lesser version of the same game. When in reality, if I had a PS2 and a 360 and I was interested in a Bond game, it would be very valuable for me to know that the PS2 game is actually the better game. Now, you know, if I'm into online multiplayer, having a little Call of Duty light, the Bond setting on the 360 has potentially significant value that's missing here. But I think for me, what I'm looking for and how I'm engaging with and enjoying these games, like, this is just such a more
You made a mistake.
complete experience.
A very big mistake. But whoever you are, you're too late. Carlos is gone. He's got a job to do for me. Kill him.
That character, by the way, he just, like, flat out isn't in the other game. Because these cutscenes where he appears on screen aren't in the game. I guess we're in a boss fight? Like, this hall is in the other game. And, like, this is kind of where the 360 game actually starts getting good. So you actually get some, like, decent level and encounter design. It makes sense. I don't remember this location.
What's directly above Demetrius? Anything you can use?
From the movie at all. But I'm guessing it's probably in it because in both games. Okay, can I shoot down this? Big advice to drop shit that's where do I shoot? I guess there should be a red thing if I can shoot it. Aha. My weapon is not effective at this range. One should be though. Oh my god, I thought I was in cover. There we go. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. It's being like protected by its little okay. The door is blocking the shots from, so you have to, I mean, it's good design. I actually have to make it all the way over there to do it. Like there is a thing in the other game too where you're upstairs or you're like can shoot out light fixtures or whatever. But I like this little puzzly bit. Oh, we got it. It's looking a bit wobbly. Oh, he's like hiding down there. Okay. That flushes him out. Just like good video game stuff in this game. We have these like sort of puzzle boss type situations. Oh, that was kind of bad. Oh my god. Of course I have to fucking reload. I don't want to get into a melee fight. Yeah, like it's a full video game. The thing is, like, the other game kind of is too, because it's all about the shooting. It does that very well, but there's like nothing else to it. Here you get these like more varied set piece moments, and also, man, this looks really good. And encounters are kind of like memorable and have. Oh yeah, you can do the roll when you're not in cover. I forgot about that. Monster closets. Oh wait, I actually see him there. Okay. Oh, he's got a distinct gun with a different noise. I probably don't want to be over here.
Hold the line. Hold the area. I need suppressing fire.
Health to go back, please. Alright, most likely. I can't even see my weapon wheel. Okay. This version is better than the 361. I think it's a better game. I think it's a lot more interesting. The other game was very uneven in the sense that the first half is like, it starts off extremely like bland, and then it like gets significantly better in the second half. And I don't know, but it's like possible that if you play on a higher difficulty level, you know, maybe some of that like carries over more the earlier parts of the game as well. Heal. But even this, like, there haven't really been fights like this in this game either. Oh my god, I took damage so quickly there. I was like, yeah, I can take a few hits. In a sense, like, this is exciting and challenging, but it's also, in a way, my least favorite part of the game so far, because, like, in this sort of setting, I really don't like having, like, bullet sponge dudes. It's like the original Max Payne. Like, I love that game, but I always thought that the boss fights in that game were, like, the wackest part, because, you know, you're running around, you're shooting dudes, but then here's this, like, crime boss, and because this guy is, like, politically important, I can shoot him 60 times before he dies. Like, that's just kind of stupid. And we kind of have the same thing going on here. Like, there's no logical justification for this guy just, like, not dying when I shoot him in the chest 12 times. Oh, what the fuck? Having said that, like, just the geography of this location makes for a more kind of interesting fight than a lot of the other levels. Oh my god. I'm not in love with the dudes, like, spawning in. Like, it's kind of chaotic as it is. But I mean, you can tell how quickly those guys go down. Actually, to clarify, I don't think it's, like, bad design to have enemies spawning. Just, like, tricky to deal with. Because they do help you with getting more ammo, you know, it serves a purpose. Alright, there we go. I didn't realize that was him first. I was a bit, like, flustered. But we got there. Now, this was tough. Drop something. Oh! That was, but we're not done yet, I see. I'm hearing grunting. I'm pretty sure I'm hitting him. Oh, crap. I see. He, like, Oh. Okay. I thought it was, like, a trick. Like, you think you kill him, but then you actually secretly didn't. But no, what actually happened was... Because he, like, woke up right as I got close to him. But what actually happened was I was too slow in triggering the QTE to finish him off. Feels a little weird because it's, like, mechanically not something that's been a thing in the game. It also becomes extra ridiculous because
Miami Airport, Terminal C.
I had to shoot him in the head, like,
Follow that cab.
40 times for him to die, only for him to turn out to have not died, and then I had to do it again. But that was still a cool, like, quite a different boss fight. We've had a couple, and they've all been kind of different. I wouldn't have minded it being a little more puzzly, like the first part, but it was still pretty cool. Subkyo Sagani. Yes, this is a completely different game from a different developer. It has, as is usually the case when you have this sort of movie license game for different platforms. Obviously, it's based on the same movie, or even movies plural in this case. But a lot of the mission briefing bits are identical. The general lineup of levels is not the same, but very similar. So they have some shared aspects between them, but the level design, the gameplay mechanics, everything is totally different between them. What's up, Taco? Yeah, the weapons. You have there's kind of a few different weapons, but they don't really feel super different. And the one thing I find kind of interesting is that you don't have a lot of ammo for the most part, so you do end up kind of swapping between guns. But because you don't have to physically drop and pick up different weapons, it doesn't really feel like an interesting... You don't get that action movie feel of just emptying the gun and then having to find a new one or that kind of thing. Because that can be a very satisfying, fun mechanic. Here you just stockpile the weapons in your inventory and cycle through them. But every level typically doesn't have that many different guns to collect, so your inventory is never too large. And then on top of that, you always kind of have... It's unusual for you to have more than one spare magazine's worth of ammo, basically. But yeah, it's having played the other game first, it's so weirdly satisfying to see those little cutscene bits and little interludes of the characters interacting and having dialogue and explaining what they're doing and what's happening. Because the 360 game literally has none of that in the entire game. There's probably... I mean, there's those bits where you, it goes into a third-person perspective when you take cover, and for some interactions, like climbing ladders or whatever, I think. There are those few handful of bits throughout the game, there's 4 of them maybe, where as you're walking along a ledge, there's this split screen thing that shows the perspective of the guards, which is a neat little bit of visual presentation. But there's maybe a little bit of dialogue happening at some point or another, but the game taking away control from you to I mean, in a very literal cutscene sense, the way the word was used in its original conception to show events happening in Maniac Mansion, where the game cuts away from the player to show a scene, I guess technically in this case it's not necessarily cutting away from Bond, the character, but it's cutting away from our regular camera perspective to show something. And in some cases it's showing other characters and other scenes. But that just stopping gameplay to show something happening for 5 seconds and then continuing, it feels bizarre to not have any of that at all. It's not a super high bar to clear. You're not exactly... It's not that this game is doing anything remarkable for having those kinds of scenes. It's extremely normal. But it's conspicuous that it's absent in the other game. And I think for Bond in particular, not uniquely, but you want to have the sense of him being there and what he's doing, not being fully defined purely by him walking around with a gun and shooting, but having those little scenes of not just stealth mechanically, but just here's what's happening in this scene. Well, Bond is infiltrating, he's sneaking around, he's doing this, he's the description of the scene and what is happening, what Bond is doing can be have a broader range. This is the scene where this happens, this is the scene where these people are present, this is the scene where this goes on and what he's doing, etc. And in the 360 game, it's this is the scene where Bond shoots guns in location X, Y, or Z, and that's almost nothing in the entire game bucks that in terms of being described in another way, whereas this has way more things happening, a way broader range of things happening and scenes being depicted, which does a lot to give you that more fully fleshed out feeling of a Bond movie or a Bond adventure. So that is a big reason why I think this game is much better.
By the explosion?
Not a scratch on it. But there's nothing left of the bomber.
He's not important. The man we want is the man who had him hired. A man called Le Chiffre. He's a private banker to the world's terrorists.
That was the air. Wait,
The chief shorted
I'm trying to remember. Did we just do the airport, or did we
Instead,
just skip the airport in the?
He lost over $100 million of his clients' funds.
There was a
including
cutscene of
money
taking the
belonging
taxi
the
to the
Ugandan
airport,
rebel
but I
Stephen
can't
Bannon.
remember if that was.
The chief been playing the market with the Bonner's funds. He won't like
Now
it
that
when
would have
he
been
finds
before
out.
the level we just did.
All the more reason to bring in Le Chiffre as soon as we can.
You want the chief alive?
I'm
Very
fucking
much so.
confused.
To win back the money, Le Chiffre has set up a high-stakes poker game at Casino Royale.
Dude, I just realized I don't think the
I'm
train is
putting
in
you
this
the
game.
If Le Chiffre loses, we'll give him sanctuary in return for everything he knows. The Treasury will
That was
be
like
in
the
touch
coolest
about the funds. You'll
stage
meet
in the
their
other game.
agent on the train to Montenegro.
Oh, never mind. Maybe I spoke too soon. Unless we're cutting into another. Actual cutscene.
I'm the money.
Every penny of it.
The Treasury has agreed to stake you in the game.
I think her likeness is probably better in this game than in the other one.
Vesper. I hope you gave your parents hell for that.
10 million was wired to your account in Montenegro, with a contingency for 5 more, if I deem it a prudent investment. Of course you realize that if you lose, our government will have directly financed terrorism.
You don't think this is a very good plan, do you?
So there is a plan. I thought we were risking millions of dollars on a game of luck. Good night, Mr. Bond.
Facial animations, you know, a little unnatural here and there, but still. See, having like scenes like this just play out to show you like something that was very much missing in the other game. But yeah, maybe we are skipping to the casino now, and that was the extent of the train. Yeah. In the other game, there's a full-ass action scene.
Tanner, get me M.
You're on with her now.
A Bonner's men just
Extended shootout level on the train.
Back. You've got to protect Le Chiffre from Urbano and his men.
But at least they're like, you know, there is connective tissue in between levels and sequences.
Time I have no intention of cheating Mr. Urbano.
You can tell him yourself.
Yeah, this leads into the little staircase fight in the other game. Here's what happens here. Feels a little disjointed though, I have to say.
I'm already there.
You'd best move quietly. Urbano's taken over the floor. His men will be everywhere.
So like, I just want to pause real quick. So I feel even more flustered than usual here because I complained when we played the other game that like in the airport sequence, it leads to this like dramatic chase action thing where the fuel truck is like driving up to the plane to blow the bomb or whatever. And much like the scene where Bond and Camille gets shot at in their plane and they jump out of a plane with a single parachute and dramatically, you know, barely make it. That entire sequence is not shown on screen in either game. It just happens as part of the little radio sequence. And the same thing happens with the bomb scene with the fuel truck at the airport. But now it seems like in this version, not even that happens. So I wonder if they cut out part of that sequence because there might have been something else happening in the dialogue that like doesn't connect with what was or wasn't in this game. So they just sort of cut that out entirely. Or maybe I'm misremembering it and just they might have skipped over it entirely in the other game too. I can't quite recall. But yeah, so like the science center and airport stuff was like hugely truncated here compared to the other game actually. And even the casino stuff, it had in the other game, there's like the stealth part where you're sneaking around, which is kind of what this is, I guess. I don't remember if it started with Le Chiffre having been sort of taken. But then there's the whole like shootout in the spa. And then it sort of skips over most of the poker game. And it cuts to Bond being drugged and you have to crawl out to the car. And then from there, it kind of skips to the barge. Where you have to rescue Vesper. And then you get tortured or whatever, and then it sort of skips to the Venice part. But since we saw the chapter select in this game, there's a singular Casino Royale level, I think. Then there's the barge, and then there isn't even a Venice level, which is like unfortunate because that level was actually one of the sickest one in the other game too. But then there's the final, like, I don't know. So there's like significantly less left of the game than I would have thought. I thought we were like a third of the way through, but it turns out we were probably more than half of the way through when we started today's stream. And I guess we've already done like 2 more stages. So, I don't know. I'm not gonna like rush things to finish tonight, but it's not entirely outside the realm of possibility that we might just get through the rest of the game. Alright, stealth is recommended. It's funny if this game ends up having like the traverse trajectory, the inverse trajectory of the other game, where it started off super promising and sick, and then it's like feeling more lackluster by the end of it. Yeah, being in cover around these like corners and stuff just gets kind of weird. Okay, no one heard that, thankfully. From what it seems. Guy there. They're all villainous assassins, so murdering them is fine. Don't worry. If I can squeeze through that door. There we go. Probably gonna do a little bit of facade climbing, if I have to guess. Fine by me. Cars going by and everything. That's cool.
Bond, you need to get across to the other balcony.
Grab that. See.
Bond, we've located Urbano's room.
Not now.
I'm a little preoccupied. Hello. That was pretty good. That's pretty good. I thought I saw someone move in here somewhere. Room. Yeah, he has to be an extra little bit of a jerk about it. Bonus toilet. Oh, I was gonna say for... Oh, what the heck? I pressed the subdue button.
Give me some cover! Active position!
I feel like I should be able to hit him. Alright, that was a little awkward, but you know, it's not like I care about score. It doesn't really mean anything in this game. And I get my health back, so... And in this particular level, there's no fail state or anything, so... Up MTI. We're bonding quite well. This is a cool game. Definitely an underrated game in the sense that I've never heard anyone on planet Earth ever talk about it. Like my USP. Yes. Yeah, as you can see, like, you're not really super well stocked on ammo at any point. Can I... Stuck? Like, the cover mechanics are a little clunky in both games, but in different ways. Not really causing too much problem in either of them, but... yeah, it's the MP. And it's like you have to press to the side to like pop out like this, but depending on like where you're aiming, like it's weird stuff can kind of happen. Change disguises. Well, we've got our is someone there? No. Your guy's just getting spontaneously dying. I don't know. I guess we just got some respawning enemies, so let's advance. Oh shoot! Do I need to?
You'll need a security card for the door. Rabana's men must have one.
Interesting. Any slightest divergence from walk to what? I'm sorry, what? Well, here's a little unexpected bit of product placement. Anyone want some orbit gum? Just brushed, clean feeling. Getting punched through a door. Okay, getting objective marker here, so I guess he dropped a card. Product placement is on the bond quotient list, yes. And I don't think this one has had, like, we don't have a Sony Ericsson phone in this one, like we did in the other, where we also collected Sony Ericsson phones. I don't remember seeing any Sony Vaio laptops in the cutscenes either. That's not to say that was the only product placement, but we can certainly check that off the list. In a slightly unexpected way. Like, I think...
Rabana's room is on the other side of the floor. That's where they'll take the sheath.
I think in both games... One bottom prompt for this whole thing? That's pretty cool. I think in both games the Walter guns are licensed, so they have the actual correct names. In the other game, for sure. You don't really see the weapon names very often here, though, so I'm not positive. But even then, like, just because something is licensed doesn't necessarily qualify it for product placement, I feel. This part actually plays out similarly in the other game, like, which feels super sick because there's like generally nothing like that. Like, there aren't cutscenes at all. So when you have something where you're walking through that vent and like the gunshots pop through, like, that's really exciting and cool. But it's still like so much cooler to actually have it on screen like this. But yeah, it's neat to see like some stuff that it's either like just clearly based on set pieces or locations from the film, but perhaps more likely, in some cases at least, they have sort of shared concepts for like level layouts and rooms that look very similar, and like just sequences of events that play out very similar between them, whether or not, like, it's reminds me of The World's Not Enough, which had 3 different games, right? There's the N64 game, the PS1 game, and the Game Boy Color game. All 3 of them feature a level where Bond must run into the, forget if it's in London or it's like a subway station or whatever, to find a bomb or a series of bombs and like saving hostages and whatever. And it's like clearly based on the same concept, even though it plays out slightly differently between the 3 games. And that's not a scene that's in the film. Like, it might have been cut from the film, I don't know, but like clearly there was some kind of common thread in the design, and even like in general what levels are in the game. I'm always fascinated when you have like different games from different developers that follow some kind of common design spec, because it's just fascinating to get to see different sort of takes. And sometimes that means like oddly specific things showing up between multiple games. I don't know, it just fascinates me. All right, let's shoot down some chandeliers. This way? Got him. Yeah, admittedly, I think this room probably looks better in the 360 version. But it doesn't look bad here. See some more chandelier glints. We'll try to get some. Aiming is a little awkward here, but I don't know how much of that to attribute to the game and how much of that is just the PS2 controller versus the 360 controller. Alright, I'm waiting. It would seem inadvisable to dive over cover towards who's shooting at you. I feel like the enemy, like the combat in the other game, like once you got to the latter parts, it's pretty good, and the enemies didn't do weird shit like that. So the objective was like eliminate guys. So I'm not sure if I'm meant to advance somewhere. Sometimes the objectives aren't. That looks like a monster closet. Okay. That. As that was this door. There wasn't actually a guy. Whatever, I'm leaving. Nope, that was okay. Never mind. That looked like a hey, a door opens, so now you can progress. Kind of a cutscene. But yeah, objectives and progressing and everything is typically quite straightforward in this game. But every so often, there's at least a tiny little bit of doing something that isn't literally go to this point. Okay, so it is pointing me into this room. Oh, there we go. Okay. I mean, we did have a case in the Haiti level before of a checkpoint like breaking and the door prompt not popping up like it's supposed to. Vicious. VTAC 31 SD. That's the UMP. The way they like instantly react, like they're not confused or flustered or like, oh, what happened? They're like, the instant something happened, they like start turning around. Well, now we know that there's guys up there. The correct likeness I think is okay. It's a little iffy. I think it was better in the other game, but it's a little uneven. Like overall, the actor likenesses are better in the 360 game, but not really because of fidelity. I just think they look better. I mean, it's not bad, but I don't think it's like remarkably good compared to the Brosnan likenesses in the previous games or anything either. Perfectly adequate. Feel like that like somehow reacted. Feel like that is like very unsatisfying. All right, well, That was that taken care of, I guess. Well, that doesn't connect through. Ah, more balcony climbing. I mean, it would seem like I could just go here, but... Climb alright. I see. A conspicuous little platform here, but... Convenient, works to my favor. Of course. But like, yeah, the weird like aiming error offset, like why shit just misses. That is weird. Like Bond's just like not a very good shot in this, I guess. You have someone just perfectly in your sights, he just shoots completely different. Oh, hang on. Alright, okay. I thought I was collecting a Sony Ericsson mobile phone for a moment there, but I guess I was just enabling the home shopping network funk music. Whatever the heck this is. I guess that was meant to be some kind of distraction of some kind. Clearly I had no idea what was happening. I just pressed the thing. But oh well. Kind of a shame that you have all these. Like in the other game, you can toggle silencers on any weapon that has them. Oh, that's cool. But here it's just like per weapon, and like the P99 and the silenced P99 are just two different weapons that share ammo. But so this, which I mean, granted, it's like realistic. Like this is not a detachable suppressor; it's just part of the gun. Or maybe not in this particular case, but some of them would be. But if you don't need the suppressor for, you know, stealth purposes, like it feels like such a downgrade just from the sound being extremely less satisfying. Like the combination of the gunshot sounds and the very lackluster feedback on bullets hitting. Make them less fun to use. This is a cool level though.
Bond.
Get back to the room, I'll meet you there.
Actually, like showing how she gets involved in this old
Take the stairs.
staircase fight. There's like mood and atmosphere. Pretty cool. Get ready. It's kind of weird, like this is not the guy. What? I pressed circle, but all right, mission failed. Well, I guess we get to see what happens when you fail an FMV, a QTE. So we saw this guy, like his mugshot in the briefing, or rather, the guy that's here in the other game and in the film. But I guess, you know, we haven't seen his character model in game. It's, you know, just because there's a... I guess the timing is weirdly strict. Anyway, 2008 gaming. It really caught me off guard that there's like a completely different character model for this guy when we've seen what he's supposed to look like in the mugshots, like in the radio scenes. But whatever. So there's a handful of these QTE fights in the other game too. And very similar to this. They leverage the cutscene technology. It's so weird. You get no feedback on the button presses. So I don't know that I failed until like the cutscene plays out. And I didn't realize that I, in this case, just mashed too slow. I've not failed a single input in a QTE up until this point. So I guess they definitely like just made it a lot stricter here because we're further into the game. But yeah, just like having to redo this like 4 times just like completely removes all the tension too. Like it's not... Alright, I guess I'm mashing harder. Like the scene's cool, but it's not as exciting when we're watching a lot of it for the 4th time. But yeah, so the other game has a few other similar fights, and that's like one of the rare occasions where it actually has like cutscenes and stuff happening. And I will say that that game actually did a better job of recreating the choreography of that fight from the film. Because it has more moments that are like more like the film, simply put. But this was still pretty cool. Like the level felt quite similar. It had the same kind of progression of stealth into the spa shootout and then the staircase fight. So in the other game at this point, we then see a cutscene, well, a radio briefing thing rather, not a cutscene. And then we transition to the, you know, the end of the poker game basically, and Bond's been drugged and has to go out to his car to get a first aid kit or whatever. And that the level was called like Casino Poison or something like that in the other game, but according to the chapter list, that level is not in this game. So it would seem that we are now after like the scene that we just saw, that happens before the big poker game. So we're now skipping past the entirety of the poker game. That's like the key moment in the film, to go out and rescue Vesper on a barge, I think. And then I guess after that is the final level. So chances of beating the game tonight are looking increasingly likely. But we might get stuck and shit might get really difficult. We'll see. I've been live for over 2 hours already though, so it's high time for me to take a break. And I shall see you guys in just a little bit. All right. I've returned. Glad you guys enjoyed that. Much for me to stream in a similar getup. Now, I don't know which getup you're specifically referring to, but I'm gonna say $10 million. I don't know. Something like that. The pink on pink. Well, I don't know that narrows it down all that much, to be perfectly honest. But I do wear pink whenever I find the opportunity. Anyway, let's, I guess, skip a significant chunk of important plot and events in Casino Royale and work our way towards getting back to Spawn of Solace. Let's resume the timer before I forget and continue. So I wonder if we just skip the poker game and drug part entirely, or what happens here.
That's Abano?
Yes, ma'am. Or what's left of him. I've sent a man to deal with the
Yeah,
body.
see, that's what he's supposed to look like.
And Lashif?
Back at the table, but off his game. I think Bond can take him. He's won the last 2 hands.
I'm told he's the best player in the service.
I can attest to it.
After Lashif loses, I want him brought in as quickly as possible. A cornered man is a dangerous one. There's no telling what he'll do.
You seem quite familiar with all this.
Fast
The
forward.
Schiffer lost over $100 million of our money. I have a hard time forgetting. Here, run it.
I guess this is supposed to be from the perspective of, like, the
Yes, but there's a problem.
quantum
Vesper's
people or so. I don't even know.
Bond's following Lashif's car now.
Up Mighty C7. Enjoy your lurk.
They're headed for the coast.
Lashif's been keeping extra men and munitions on an old barge south of Petrovac.
Yeah, we just left. Oh.
That's where they'll take her.
The Aston Martin. Bond's had an accident.
Turn on his phone. Turn it up!
Accident, Mr. Bond? Put him in the car and
So
get
weird.
his phone.
So I guess this is the torture bit. We're just getting directly to that, which I guess, like, it makes kind of more sense. It's actually more like the movie, the whole side quest of going on an action adventure to rescue her on a boat before getting kidnapped. I don't think actually happens in the film. Yeah. Well, got Bond in peril. Pretty cool.
I've got a visual.
Oh, nice seamless transition.
Tossing grenade! I'm ready!
Oh, so am I. I saw fucking ah. There we go.
Grenade out!
Nope.
Lay down the cover!
Guy runs out right to where I shot the. Yes. Those things have pretty massive range in this game. I'm trying to take cover.
Tossing grenade!
Good thing they announced the grenade tossing quite loudly. Well, now we have an unsilenced UMP. That's good. It'll sound more exciting.
We have visual on the target.
It's funny that, like, some of these later levels are kind of evolving, I would say, into more straight shooting, which, like, isn't really when this game is at its strongest. It's perfectly competent and functional, like it's not bad. But you know, relatively speaking, it kind of makes for a less flattering comparison to the other game, which is like more like this for the entire game. And it is far more competent than this game at this stuff. I just preferred this game for the variety. So if we're just like getting rid of that variety, yeah, you just end up oh, we got him. It just puts this game in kind of a less flattering light. Oh, it's kind of cool. We can sort of flank around here, I guess. That burned out pretty quickly. Convenient. Shotgun. Shotgun in the other game was incredibly satisfying. Not necessarily the most effective, but highly satisfying for sure. Not so sure about this one. Do a little bit of Simon hacks. Oh my god, I pressed the down button, but I was too slow. So you just have to redo it. It's like just pointless busy work. Like if there were stakes and some kind of penalty, and it's like, well, you fucked up the door hacking, so now you have to go do this other thing. Like, would it be more fun? I don't know, but it would not feel inherently like pointless the way it kind of does. Like you hack this like mechanical door so you can just give it a gentle tap, it swings open. Whatever, video games. Oh, you're telling me that there's something I can maybe do to drop that thing? Perchance? Like, say, shooting that thing up there? Range, but... it works? Oh yeah, I was like... Because they were pointing their guns in my direction in the little cutscene, and I forgot that I didn't have a silence gun. That's why. Can I don't know what I was supposed to be vaulting over there, but this railing? Oh, huh. Looks pretty cool the way it's like embedded in the floor. It's nicely done. Behind these things that I can take cover behind. Dude, he's like sitting behind a wooden crate. And that like protected him from the explosion. Like being able to shoot explodey stuff to kill enemies, like environmental hazards, that's inherently fun and good and cool. But it really sucks a lot of the fun out of it when you have to be like really careful in particular about when you do it. That it's like a 90% chance of wasting the opportunity because you didn't wait for the stars to align perfectly before you shot it. That's one thing that I think the other game did really well too, that in a lot of it, there's like a million little things to shoot at to explode, and it's like you're not gonna run out of explosive barrels and gas tanks and stuff to shoot. So even if you do sort of waste one, there's probably another one kind of next to it. So that's like not as much of a worry, because it's not like some unique failing of this game. I feel like that kind of thing is reasonably common.
Can you find a way to lower that gantry?
I find a way to lower the gantry. Well, let's find out. How about this giant lever? Work?
Let's split up.
Yeah, like between the animation and lack of, you know, hit feedback, I think that's doing a lot to make the guns not feel as good as in the other game. Oh, that's the steam vent. I was wondering where it was being in the cutscene. So I guess I'm supposed to go through there, but I can't really steam unless I disable it or do something over here, I'm guessing. There's a thing I could shoot, but I don't know what it's gonna do.
He's in my sights.
I shot a thing. Maybe that allows me to turn the wheel. I guess that's that simple.
I need suppressing fire.
The Icarus. Yeah, we got plenty of bond yet to come. But we are making rapid progress through this game. We are, to the best of my understanding, on the second to final level currently. Oh, I thought that would have disabled this thing. It did. Oh, I was gonna say, well, then what was the purpose of it? To enable these, I guess. Okay. Well, got Steam Valve mini games. Am I even? Oh, okay, I am turning it. I have no idea what I'm meant to actually achieve here, or what's. That's supposed to go into the green over there, maybe? I don't know. Like, I'm just tapping once and it's going over there for a bit. Made a noise. I can't turn this further right. Doesn't go further. Well, never mind, it does. No fucking idea what any of this means. Like, do I want that number to go to 0? Is that the idea? That's going up when I'm pushing it this way. What if I just keep going left? Doesn't go lower than this. Can any of you guys make heads or tails of this? Push this further, and it just like pushes down the other dial. Wait, is it okay? Let me check. Is this as far? No, it keeps going. The number doesn't go lower, but like, aside from not having Steam over there, I literally have no idea what my, like, what am I looking to achieve here? Like, is that number supposed to be at a thing? Are the dials supposed to point in a certain place? Like, the green thing is clearly highlighted, and you would think that that means something. I guess we did it. Okay, well, fine. This is like the opposite of how Karate Kid and NES is mostly based on Karate Kid Part 2. It sort of depends on which version. The 360 game, or the Treyarch game, has, I think, 5 Quantum of Solace levels, and like 10 Casino Royale levels. This one is a little more evenly split, which I think it has like 5 of each. Because this one has one Quantum of Solace level that was not in the other game, but it's missing like 4 Casino Royale levels. But basically, you're going through Quantum of Solace, and then right before the final showdown, Olga Kurylenko sort of reminds Bond that Eva Green died in the last movie, and because of that, he has a flashback where he reminisces about the entirety of the previous movie. So then you do a bunch of Casino Royale levels. It's a quite strange structure.
Target spotted.
Yeah, take cover next to a pipe. Will be helpful. Well, it's not padding because they're like skipping past huge swaths of both movies. It's weird because, like, yes, the plots are connected, and if you just did it as like one following the other, it would make sense. But it's really weird that like within the narrative, what's sort of triggering the flashback, like almost a throwaway sort of thing, and then what we flash back to isn't even in any real capacity focused on the character that he is supposedly reminiscing about. I mean, in this version, she at least shows up, she features, which is like essentially not true in the other version where he just reminisces about everything else and skips over the part where she's actually present. And yeah, weirdly, so the final Casino Royale level in the other game is Venice, which like makes sense because that's like the final part of the story he's supposedly, you know, flashing back to. But we saw the list of stages in this game, and according to the list of stages, Barge, which is our current level, is the second to last level, followed by Eco Hotel, which is the location of the final showdown in Quantum of Solace. So it's a little peculiar. Like I said, both games make some weird leaps of just like skipping over big parts. But I thought that this game kind of would be better about it because there's a key sequence relatively early in Quantum of Solace that's set in Haiti, which is where like most of the key characters meet. And that scene was completely omitted in the other game. But here, they made a level out of it. I was like, oh good, it's here. So I thought maybe there would be other bits that would get levels in this game, but nope. Just been skipping over more stuff. Getting like proper cutscenes for this stuff is an improvement for sure.
Give me your bank account information. And I would at least let the girl live. Give me the money. I'll get the money. Tell them I'll get the money.
Money isn't as valuable to us as knowing who to trust.
I guess that was Mr. White, right? Forget, because he hasn't been featured too much in this and doesn't feature the actor's likeness for the character either. Alright, rip. That's Mickelson. So we're not like, yeah, okay. So in the film, that's like, you know, we're kind of done here at this point. But nope, we get to shoot our way out in this version. But that, like, the whole, like, torture bit happens, like, after the end of the barge level in the other game. So that actually takes place during, like, the briefing, the radio sequence. There's, like, definitely some differences in the, like, the structure of kind of how the levels play out. Eliminate... So I guess we get another boss fight here. Is that the idea?
That's Bond! How the hell did he get loose?
Okay. Bunch of valves. Wonder if that's gonna be a thing. They get highlighted like one at a time, so.
Moving out! Cover me! Cover me!
Oh yeah, he ran away, it looked like.
Don't let him move!
That's good if it's like a puzzle fight where we have to shoot the valves and then advance. That's far preferable to just a tanky dude that we shoot 50 times. Oh my god. Ah! The reload. Jesus Christ. Alright, we finally got it. What's up, Father Asskeeper? Greetings. Thank you, Taco, for the atrocious puns. Can't really complain too much about their marksmanship. It's not like I'm doing much better. I'm just like praying that we don't get a repeat of the airplane boss, or the airport boss fight. I mean, not that it was terrible, but it was like kind of a low point for the game because, like I said, just shootouts where a dude is just unreasonably tanky for no reason just isn't all that fun. But this is cool. I like this better for sure. Vantage point. Can I like fucking hit something, please? She's like above me. I'm just seeing the sparks through the floor. Didn't exactly help, but well, it might have helped now. So fucking funny when they're like running out in full speed, reloading, and you shoot them 4 times and you just like miss every shot. Hutchinson 8-4. Is that an M4? It's just taking cover behind nothing.
I need some cover!
Down to my thighs and health. Muscle. Oh, the guy. Not sure if he's like taking damage, but
He's in my sight!
yeah, there's an ammo box here. Yeah, okay. Spoiler alert. They're like disembodied advice voice. It's like
You can't win. I've got the girl.
weirdly funny. Cover, please. A decent amount of ammo for once. Oh my god! Stuff like that just doesn't feel great. Like, I definitely shot that guy a number of times, right? Not to say that I should have survived the point-blank shotgun blast, but it's like you do the mental calculus of like, yeah, I reckon I should have time to shoot this guy a couple of times, and you do, but then he just doesn't die, and then you get shot. It just does not feel very good. Like, it makes the guns just kind of feel a bit limp. Man, this is a pretty unforgiving checkpoint too. Like, having a fight like this in essentially multiple phases. So I don't even know if shooting him, like, does anything. But shooting the valves definitely seemed like it makes him eventually run away. I'm down to my shins. Still getting hit. Kill that guy.
I need suppressing fire.
Like, when it's a little unclear whether we're doing a puzzle fight or a bullet sponge fight, you know, it gets a little confusing and unsatisfying. Like, both can be okay. I definitely don't love bullet sponge fights, but you at least, like, agree that that's what we're doing. I can, like, approach that with, you know, with the knowledge that that's what we're doing. But if I'm like trying to solve a puzzle fight while getting shot at and the solution was to shoot the dude, you know, that's a little unsatisfying. Or, you know, you can cause a little needless frustration, I guess.
Still coming, Bond.
Get him? It doesn't... Can't be on it from weird goals. It's like you can physically be in the exact same location behind a crate, but because you hadn't pressed the button to snap to the cover, you just like get hit. Quite peculiar. Blasting myself with a bunch of hot steam. Ammo. Him even. Vault over this, but this.
I'm out. Cover me.
I don't even remember where I was sitting to get it. Here. Well, that would have worked, I guess, but now where they went.
I need some cover.
That worked. Okay, so now he went over there. Dude, how fucking tanky was that guy? And this next guy dies in one shot. I think I hit the correct valve there. I guess he's not moving out till I need disembodied voice to tell me what to do, I guess. Looking around the entire room to find like valves to shoot out. Just like it's a kind of a weird order. Okay. That's pretty cool. Oh yeah, Vesper, right.
James, are you all right?
Come on, let's get out of here.
All right, that's pretty cool. Whew. So, very curious to see how this transition is going to work out. According to the level list, again, the next stage is back in Casino Royale, so we're gonna get some kind of briefing and then some part of... Oh, whatever. Let's find out.
Tanner, is Vesper still with Bond?
On holiday in Venice, ma'am. Hotel Canaletto. Bond's in the room. Vesper just stepped out. First time today. They barely come up for air, these two.
That's all about to change. The holiday's over, and not just for Bond.
Hello?
Bond, we just heard from the Treasury. They'd like to collect the winnings, but they're having trouble accessing the funds in your account. The money's gone. It's been withdrawn.
I've got to go.
So that's where the girl died, in Venice.
Once she delivered the money, it was inevitable. Of course, Bond tried to save her.
All right, just just literally fast forwarding through the whole thing, huh?
Behind Le Chiffre, and they blackmailed her.
She left her cell phone. She must have known I'd check it.
I'm sure she hoped you would. James, have you asked yourself why you weren't killed on that barge?
It's so fucking funny.
She made a deal. She delivered the money to save your life. Find out who she gave it to, and her efforts won't have been in vain.
Keep in mind, this is him flashing back to his memory of Vesper.
Then find him. He's the one we want.
And that's like the start of Quantum of Solace, basically finding White. So that was like the...
You catch whoever did it?
No, not yet.
Like...
Come on, let's get back to the hotel.
That's how he wraps up his reminiscing to Camille about
We have the girl downstairs.
his dead lover. It's like, oh yeah, and the part where she died, whatever. We'll just fast forward through that. That's not important.
Let it go.
I thought I could trust you. I thought you weren't motivated by revenge.
I'm motivated by my duty.
No, I think you are so blinded by inconsolable rage that you don't care who you hurt. When you can't tell your friends from your enemies, it's time to go.
A little bizarre.
You are removed from duty and suspended, pending an investigation.
Anyway.
Package coming down.
Go fight the bad guys from the other movie.
Get in! We're going to the desert.
Medrano.
Medrano can't move until he pays off the army. Green's bringing him the money. They're meeting at La Perla de las Tunas.
So it's like, it's great that these scenes are here. I like how again, I'm like giving props for like the extreme basics and the like the most obvious things to include, but the other game didn't.
Remember, take a deep breath. You only need one shot. Make it count.
See you inside.
Go, go, go! I'm trying to.
You actually kind of sort of get to play this part in the other game, but it doesn't quite play out that cool. But anyway, yeah, like it's, you know, it's faithful to the movie Quantum of Solace, the storytelling, in that like a lot of shit happens very rapidly and nothing is explained, and it's like, it's very confusing, and just the choices made in how to communicate information about the narrative, very puzzling all around. And yeah, I mean, I think this game benefited a lot from having played the other game just before, because again, like things that this game does that are fairly unremarkable stand out as like very positive. But I do kind of feel like it feels far more rushed and awkward in the second half, and I don't know, it's been cool. I still enjoy it, but from playing the first few stages, I was like, man, this game is so much better. But yeah, they do kind of end up having these slightly, not fully inverse trajectories, but this game is in a way less impressive the more it goes, or it's like more blemishes are kind of appearing, whereas the other game definitely got better. Not in any fundamental ways, like all of the flaws that were there from the beginning were still there by the end, but the actual shooting, the one part that the game did well, was leveraged to greater effect in the latter parts of the game. We played the Xbox 360 Quantum of Solace, which is a completely different game from a different developer, but obviously following the same plot and like overall structure. So there's been a lot of interesting comparisons to make. That's kind of cool. I have to like roll through the door to get in. That doesn't really. Whoa! Yeah, I like how this location like is a lot less gray, and like even the fact that the dudes have these like military fatigues as opposed to this like very nondescript beige like mercenary outfits in the other game, like it contributes to this just feeling a little more, you know, video gamey in a good way. And I wouldn't say that this was the best level in the other game, but it was like part of the game where the levels were good. Like it had some decent encounter design. But yeah, like the straightforward running through corridors, shooting guys levels have not been the highlight of this game. But we'll see. I'm sure there's going to be some cool moments. Like the actual very end of the other game was actually kind of cool. Like the proper sort of set piece moments were like few and far between, which kind of made me really appreciate when they did happen. Fuck. Big stuck. Okay, the stun range on that fire extinguisher pretty good. Oh, okay. I was about to excitedly say, oh, do I get to do a stunt jump over this? No. Of course, there's a bar we can climb on. But that's not too bad. Or, you know, it's something. I like that it feels like we're making rapid progress. Wait, do I just not... Oh, wow. Look how much ammo I have. I feel like this entire location is like completely gray. I mean, it didn't look this colorful in the movie either. But I appreciate it. much nicer to look at.
What the?
Getting a big red flash there from something. It is essentially a hotel in the middle of the desert. Yes, it's like a fully self-sustained thing or whatever. They very briefly explain it in the movie. Here, not so much. Get him? I might have. But it's this like secluded location where Medrano and Green are gonna do some kind of deal. Medrano's about to be president of Bolivia. And Green's whole master plan is to like stockpile fresh water because the country's in a drought. So he's gonna like sell, like he's essentially handing Medrano the government or whatever, like the country, but in exchange he's gonna, you know, nickel and dime them on water. That's sort of the plot. Where I came from, like, yeah, okay, good. Like the objective arrow is only of so much help when you're in this relatively open area. Now we're getting different ammo. Okay, I can't vault over that. Where am I being shot at from? Like the door opened. Yeah, okay. I was like, are dudes gonna pour out from there or what happened? I go through here. I see. Looks a little odd, like just this big photo. I mean, it looks alright. It's not too poorly done or anything, but I mean, granted, it is like an empty desert, but even so, it's not the most visually evocative or interesting to look at vista that we've seen. Yeah, 5 hours. The game's officially longer than the other game, and not surprising because there were definitely some quite tricky stealth sections and whatnot. We've actually been making far smoother progress today than last time, I think. To hack. I'm just a little worried that the game's gonna sort of wrap up with some annoying horseshit of extra difficult QTE or very tedious like bullet sponge boss fight or something, because the actual, like, the other game didn't really have boss fights per se, but the actual end was like quite satisfying and simply done. Like there was sort of a showdown, but you just sort of have to shoot. I guess it was this.
You've been trying hard to kill me, but here I am, still very much alive.
I'm about to change that.
Some things are beyond even your control, as you're about to learn. Elvis!
Oh, this guy! Hairpiece.
Time for you to die,
Oh, proper henchman. Alright, I mean, it sucks that it looks like he's gonna be bullet sponge fight, but this guy was actually like introduced early on, and then we had to fight him here. This is not a good weapon.
Give up, Bond, and I'll make your end painless.
Then we have to like fight him. Like that's good. That's how it should be. I switched cover and then I just snapped out of cover. Okay, this is pretty bad. Okay, I guess there was a grenade. 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 Because I was like burning through all my ammo. Not achieving all that much. And he's like up there sniping, or I guess that's bulletproof glass, so landing hits. Yeah, the health is like very basic. You just, you know, you recover health after a little bit. A bunch of ammo. I see, okay. I get it. Like, you can swap cover, but you're holding a direction, so you're, like, actually aiming, then... that doesn't quite work. Oh, I didn't fucking mean to take cover in front of the pillar. Like, the pillars are round, but they still have, like, you're taking cover behind a specific side of it, and you can then only move so far, and then you move, quote-unquote, around the corner of it in a way that's, like, not entirely intuitive. You don't have, like, iframes for swapping covers or anything.
Give up, Bond, and I'll make your end painless. Come on up, Mr. Bond.
He's throwing grenades at me. Good.
Someone kill him.
Exposed green. Okay, now I mean, I don't even know where I am. It was actually really sick, the whole, like, circular room with the cover stuff. Like, once I kind of figured out how to actually make use of the cover, you have to shoot these, and it's like a puzzle fight. This is actually kind of sick.
Has Camille got you doing her dirty work, Mr. Bond? She'll use anyone.
It's like falling apart a little bit.
Better men than you.
Yeah, whatever. Far. Alright, so now we can fight him. Oh, wrong button.
Kill him.
Taking a long damage. Fuck off. Ah! Dude, there's no... I don't think there was a checkpoint. Or was there? We'll find out. The very limited ammo is like a real issue. Yep. Dude. Can't really talk much because I have to really quite focus on this. Ammo.
Where is Medrano? This should be his problem.
Pretty sure I was hitting him. Reload. Yep. So that was pretty effective.
Someone kill him.
Yeah, you start in like a set location after that.
Give up, Bond, and I'll make your end painless.
At this point, like, I'm not really bothered with enemies. I guess you just need to drop it where he is. You don't necessarily have to shoot out all of them.
Take him down.
But yeah, like, ending up falling out of cover.
Where is Medrano? This should be his problem.
But yeah, like, this part is, like, kind of a bit stupid, unfortunately. Unless there's some other puzzle aspect that I don't get. But I would assume that the point of exposing him is to, like, be able to shoot him. These guys are kind of tanky. More ammo. Why can I fucking not? All right, I just have to shoot him 800 times. Fine, all right, not get exploded by a grenade. I think the other guys despawned. Maybe not. Yeah, the lack of feedback is like really problematic. All right, she was yelling at me over the radio. But that was actually an awesome fight still. Like, the spongy part kind of sucked, and that was something, that particular aspect of it, like, the fight isn't extended in that way in the other game. But everything leading up to having to shoot him like 400 times and not being sure if I was progressing the fight or not by shooting him in the head, everything up to that point was actually sick. Like, shooting down the platforms and having like the henchmen like pre-fight, like, that was great. Controllers. I'm gonna re-plug it back here. The very beginning of the game. Trouble here. But it didn't pack the rest of the playthrough, so hopefully we'll be done with that. Alright, so oh. Oh, wait, that's not a shoot interaction, that's an interact interaction. Okay. Let me try to unplug and replug the extension cord, see if that makes a difference. The fact that it pauses the game is like, I mean, it's a good design for it to pause if you unplug the controller. But the way it happens, if it just... I don't know, the way that happens can be kind of annoying. It's so fucking funny with this shit. Like, how are these guys this invested in killing me? They're inside a fucking burning building. Their boss is dead. Like, who are they gonna impress by killing James Bond, you know? In this particular scenario. It's kind of cool though. This makes up for the lack of a Raging Inferno in the Mansion Estate tutorial level. They just follow orders? Yeah, but who's like, how loyal are these fuckers gonna be? Oh, do I just go? No. Like half looking at the map, half looking at the graphics to see where I can go. I'm like fucking outside the map apparently. Like I'm a little scared. Wait, now I could. What the? Couldn't walk up that thing first, but. Oh, nope, not yet. Drop. Nope. My God, it's the same button as like taking cover. Like I feel like you could create an exciting action sequence out of this without necessarily having to do a bunch of shooting. Even like just escaping through the fire could be exciting enough. Did I kill? Oh, I mean, I guess. Like, of course, I get that, like, the stakes of the whole fire and everything makes the firefight more scary and perilous and all of that. Of course, that makes logical sense, but because it's all, like, manufactured anyway, you kind of end up potentially with like the gunfight aspect and the Raging Inferno aspects kind of almost undermining each other. These for intended purpose. Where like kind of the illusion of urgency in the fire gets sort of doesn't work as well because I need to be able to stop to do the firefight. And just like the shootout gets more kind of stressful because of the fire. I don't know. I'm not saying it's terrible or anything, but it can get frustrating and annoying in a bit. Alright, okay, well this is pretty different. So in the other game, much like the movie, she just kills him in a quite undramatic fashion. But here Medrano gets escalated to fully final boss status. A boss helicopter. Which funnily enough, this game hasn't had too much of. Whereas the Treyarch game had several, like 50 Cent Blood in the Sand, where the helicopter boss is like the one recycled boss. Drop a grenade, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'm guessing we're meant to get closer before we... Yep, get to the helipad. I was kind of surprised when I saw that we went through a door and we were outside. And it's like, wait. Are we leaving the building? What happened with Medrano? But... this is what happened with him, I guess.
Let's get out of here.
Did I... yeah, I timed over.
I've missed my chance.
It's so cool, though, that they have these little animations, like these little sequences to show you what happened when you failed. I didn't realize I was on a timer, though, but... there were bits previously where there was a timer on screen.
We have to stop Medrano. His helicopter's on its way.
Oh, so the helicopter's coming here to pick him up. I guess that's the idea. That it wasn't quite clear.
It's Bond! Shoot him!
James, get to the helipad. Hurry before Midrano escapes.
Oh, that was really weird. What the fuck? Like, why was he animating at 12 FPS? That would have been sick if you just, like, dramatically take a shot. But
James, I'm here.
for some reason, I naively thought that I would do that, so I just kind of shot once or twice, but then I realized, wait, I have an automatic weapon. I should just hold down the trigger. So then I did, but it still, like, didn't work. Very strange. Like, is it because he's super tanky because he's a boss? Or is there's, like, some other thing going on? Like... Probably fail this now.
James, get to the helipad.
Turning one of those pre-rendered guys from the Sega Chopper game. You're not gonna believe in Netscape Navigator, but that's basically exactly what I was thinking of. Like, he looked like a mid-90s CG sprite.
James, I'm here.
Such a bizarre visual.
His helicopter's on its way.
Yeah, this isn't skippable, as far as I can tell.
It's Bond! Shoot him!
But yeah, not a big fan of action climaxes kind of
James, get to the helipad.
completely running out of steam because you have to, like, redo them 4 times because they're confusing and weirdly difficult.
Hurry before Midrano escapes.
Ah, the point blank reload. The thing is, like, I wonder if I could just run through there. Because I reckon the trigger for him popping out and the final shooting bit to happen is me hitting a certain mark. I don't know if killing those guys is strictly necessary. Obviously, you die pretty quickly if you don't, but...
His helicopter's on its way.
Like, desperately trying every button, but... But yeah, like, you don't really want to just stay behind cover and, like, wait for this and then, like, awkwardly trying to pop out of cover.
James, get to the helipad.
I guess he punched me in the back. Oh, so this is frustrating because restarting takes way too long. Like, the fucking cutscene. And because it's, like, time pressure, and because you don't want to fail it and redo it,
His helicopter's on its way.
I, like, under other circumstances, I would have preferred to take a more methodical, scientific approach to figure out details. But because I know that I was able to do it, I feel like I shouldn't have to do that. And I don't want to, like, waste potentially successful attempts on... doing that, basically. Like, am I... Was I supposed to lead the shots? Like, I'm not seeing any bullets hit anything. I'm like standing 12 feet away from him, holding down the trigger with him in the reticle for like 5 full seconds, and he just... there's nothing. Was I supposed to switch to a different weapon? Am I supposed to shoot the helicopter? Like... I can only surmise that I'm not meant to shoot him, because that seems to just have no effect whatsoever. It's like quite bizarre. Like, is there a red glowy thing somewhere in the helicopter that I should be shooting? It's like unbelievably unclear. I'm not asking chat for advice, no, I'm just wondering aloud. Maybe I can walk. No, I can't. Oh, I accidentally switched weapons, which it took the entire time. Like, when you're playing, switching weapons is basically instant. But because it was dramatic storyline slow motion, it took 3 seconds to switch to another weapon. Like, would another weapon be more effective? Yeah, because I try, you can't move. I was trying to see what I could, like, can I get into a better position? Like, I didn't see anything on the helicopter that would seem like I was supposed to shoot it. So I guess I'm supposed to shoot him, but I don't know how I could do that more effectively other than, like, having him in the reticle and holding down the trigger the entire time. Now I have, like, no ammo. Yeah, I'm like... Oh! The cutscene triggered when I had a weapon with no ammo equipped, so I have to waste the entire opportunity switching weapons. Like, I don't know if the bullets... Like, I've definitely noticed when you're sniping and stuff that, like, bullets have travel time. And I don't know if, like, automatic weapons have slower bullet travel, and that's why I'm, like, not hitting him. I don't know if the weird slow motion makes the bullets go slower. But because you don't see the bullets, and you don't see any bullet impacts, I'm basically, like, at a complete loss as to where, like, whether I'm hitting and where. Okay, reloaded. Okay. Saw bullets hitting behind. Oh, this is absurd. But, like, I saw the bullets hitting something on the wall back there the first time I shot. But I don't, like, I'm pretty sure that if I hit him, there would be no visible bullet impact. But maybe the same is true for the helicopter. So there's, like, no feedback whatsoever if my bullets are hitting. So, like, I could see that my first shots were missing because I saw something hit behind it. But, like, there's not enough data, let alone time, to, like, realistically... I kind of figure out and like adjust my aim to account for it. I had to that was just a bad reload on my part. I'm getting very frustrated right now. This sequence, the sequence doesn't suck, but the final part of it being completely incomprehensible nonsense makes the sequence suck. If I could skip the cutscene at the beginning, it would have been like 80% less annoying. The fact that I get to sit here and stew in my frustration, so that when I get control, I'm like primed to do poorly because I'm just sitting here being annoyed. Like, that sure was a choice. Maybe if I aim at his head? I didn't hit L1 in time, so I didn't go into actual aim mode. But this is infuriating. How shit of a marksman is James Bond to not land a single bullet anywhere? I guess in the interest of not wasting any more time, I guess Mendel, you have at least played through this. I don't know if anyone else has. Feel free to let me know if I'm missing something crucial, if I'm like totally misunderstanding what's going on. Because this is like utterly baffling at this point. Now I have like a half full clip. I guess there's no point leading him that far because he's not even going that far forward. I mean, I'm happy to take advice from chat whether you've played it or not, I guess. Like, because I have no idea what I could be doing differently. Like, my best guess is that I'm just not landing enough hits during that sequence. I don't think I have access to any other weapons. Shoot him in the leg. Yeah, I was gonna try to see if I, like, can hit different parts of him more easily. You cannot physically move, period. You're just stuck in place. You're not allowed to move. The left joystick does nothing. I'm pretty much failed here. It's extremely weird. Like, why would they make it this strict? Like, what's to gain from...
James, I'm here.
Like, they might as well do it so it's time slows down, so he's like stuck in place and it's like a literal freeze frame that you can't fail, and you click once and you shoot him and you get a climactic, satisfying conclusion. But instead, they made it the fucking most bafflingly frustrating and confusing, annoying shit. Whatever.
James, get to the helipad.
I can't fucking see the reticle against the bright background either.
Hurry before Midrano escapes.
Now I'm dead. Ah! I'm like playing worse as well. Yeah, I had the same thoughts, MTI, like that maybe it's supposed to be something like that, but I don't believe that would be the case anyway.
His helicopter's on its way.
And yeah, like obviously you get a red reticle around, like you would shoot him. That like what else is you like? How? If that wasn't the solution, it's like an absurd red herring to like have him in your sights and the sights turn red. Like it was, you know, that's the logical thing to do. Oh, I'm just wasting all the time and ammo. That guy. I mean, even dealing with these guys, like it seems to be a pretty huge variance in like damage output because you can kill him in like 1 or 2 shots. Okay, I need to reload first. But like even shooting him 4 or 5 times, like what does that mean exactly? Okay, we got him.
Your flying is out of here.
There we go.
I can't believe it. He's finally dead.
It's over for you, but not for me.
Kind of weird too that like the whole thing in the movie that like she gets her revenge on him and Bond is not really involved in that.
General Madrano is dead. Green as well. Congratulations.
But
For what? White's still missing
here,
in the
Bond just has to shoot him in the head 60 times first.
Your name, the man of the opera.
Guy Haynes. I need you back.
Very unfortunate, like, terrible end.
Now, hold on, White. They've got my name, nothing more.
Go back. Show me the last part, the diagram.
I think this part plays out like after the credits in the other version. It's weird, like
Going inside.
post-credits cliffhanger for nothing. That was a cool stage, but it's like it's just really sucks that like the end of it, it's so annoying that like it just overshadows everything else. Nikita Lobo, what's up? I've enjoyed this game for sure. Like, I still broadly maintain that it's better than the other one. It's way more interesting, that's for sure. But it's harder and more annoying. So, you know, got its ups and downs. Oh, no, MTI, I have no idea what I did different either. Like, I didn't deliberately do anything. More of my bullets hit him, I guess. Like, but we will never know because you don't see the bullets actually hit. Alright, so does this just trigger the credits? Or is there a final secret level? Or it's the main menu, like credits that have used like the main menu graphic, it's just so inherently underwhelming. But I guess that's time. Very unfortunate for it to end on such a sour note, because if I'd done that first try and I didn't have to shoot him like 100 times in that final bit, I could have taken in how cool that was. But I was like immune to the coolness of that scene and how it played out at the very end there, because it just didn't matter at that point. But honestly, I feel like the final level was cooler in the other game. Nikita Lobo, I will not dignify that question with an answer if you're gonna use dumbass generational numbers. That's just a principled thing. From context, I'm guessing that you're asking whether the PS2 game is better than the 360 game. It's more interesting for sure, yeah. Yeah, no, it's not a personal vendetta I have against you or anything. I just think it's stupid because it's like it's such a unhelpful, confusing way to talk about things that like only weird nerds on the internet use. The 360 game is basically a kind of Call of Duty game in a very slightly different setting. And as such, the shooting feels great, but for the first half of the game, like the level design doesn't really do much with it. And then the second half, like the shooting ends up being more engaging and more fun and better. And the actual final stage was really quite cool, and I was like very satisfied and happy. It's kind of the opposite, really, because the other game, the Treyarch game, has a final showdown with Green, but it's like you walk into the room and you shoot him once, and like that's the extent of it, basically. It doesn't have this extended tanky bullet sponge boss fight that's like just gets kind of annoying. And then you have this like cool sequence where you have to run out of the building. You jump sort of off this balcony and you meet up with Camille and go out in the desert, and you get kind of the ending. Like that part was cool. I think how it sort of represented the climax of the movie was better and less annoying. And weirdly, I feel like the levels, they felt very short in the other game, but they're like even shorter here. The playtime is just longer because I kept dying way more. But yeah, the Treyarch game is way like weirder in some ways because it's like it has such glaring omissions. In some ways both games do, but the complete lack of connective tissue in terms of like little cutscenes to show the scenes from the film and show how one sequence of events like leads into the next and all that. I would have to imagine that this game did not get tremendous resources to work with for like a PS2 game in 2008. I'm actually very torn on where to place this in the end, because like when I'd done the first stream of the 360 game, I was like, man, this is like, is this a C tier game or a D tier game? I'm not positive. And then between kind of referring to where I'd placed other games in the tier list, but also just the way the game became way better in the second half, we ended up placing it in B+. And playing the first few levels of this, I'm like, wait, I mean, this is way better. It's more interesting. It's cooler. I think this is definitely up there with the other A tier games. And then now after today, I'm like, man, I'm not sure. Because this actually, the 360 game, I'm like actually interested in. I probably won't, but I am interested in replaying it on a higher difficulty to see how it, like, I can imagine that game becoming better at a higher difficulty level. Nothing about this, especially the last couple of levels, makes me think it'll be anything but 50 times more aggravating on a higher difficulty level. So I'm kind of like less interested in playing this more or replaying it, or, you know. I still maintain for sure that it's more interesting, and I think it's more successful in a lot of ways in like having a more cohesive, complete Bond experience, like a more complete package. I think for the most part I prefer the graphics and visuals of this, but again, like that was more apparent in some of the earlier levels. Like the last level, not as much. And unfortunately, we didn't get a version of the train level, which was by far the coolest looking level in the other game, and one of my favorite stages in general. Yeah, I mean, the other game also doesn't really have interesting unlockables or anything. It does have achievements, and some of those do involve little kind of Bond move-esque moments. We got maybe a third of those, kind of not really knowing they were a thing. a handful of them were like, ooh, I'm gonna try to shoot this thing to do a thing, and we got an achievement for it. Others just kind of happened without me realizing. But that's like a very minor thing. I mean, compared to Nightfire or Everything or Nothing, like those games legitimately have reasons for you to revisit levels and redo things in different ways to see different things happen. And I mean, there's nothing quite on that level. I would say both these games for sure are easily, you know, at least one, if not a few rungs below those like really great games. I think this game had some cool moments, some cool things. I like how some mechanics kind of worked out in general in terms of little things like shooting the fire extinguisher to stun people and take them out. Like you kind of see that in the room where you see something you can shoot, and it just kind of like when the game feels like it's cooperating by like presenting you with a cool little thing to do, it's straightforward how to do it, you give it a try and it works. Like that shit feels great and it's fun. But then when it presents you with something and you like try it and it either doesn't work as you expect, or you fail it because you mistimed it, or you shoot something and something explodes and there was nothing else nearby and you're like, well, okay, I guess that wasn't what I was meant to do. Like that doesn't feel as great. And then like the absolute epitome of that is like the final little sequence there, where it was, I have to imagine that was by some margin the single checkpoint that we redid the most number of times. It starts off with the somewhat lengthy unskippable cutscene, and like right off the bat I already hate it there. Like a checkpoint immediately followed by an unskippable cutscene is like unforgivable under the best of circumstances, really. But then on top of that, you have like a little bit of shooting that feels somewhat luck-based, followed by the most absolutely incomprehensible little dramatic bit at the end there that I failed so many times until I finally did it with no clear perception of what I did differently or why that attempt succeeded when the others failed. And that's, you know, not an ideal way to wrap things up. Typically, I like to watch credits. I'm feeling a slight... I guess it's not too bad. I was going to say a slight bit of time pressure here. Probably not going to go for too much longer than this, but I will we'll try to be a little snappy with the spreadsheeting. But yeah, I was surprised with the other game when we went through the bond quotient data about how many points it actually got for such a kind of empty game that like doesn't have a lot happening, based on a film that doesn't have a lot of stuff happening, especially, you know, when you think of especially the early Daniel Craig films. If anything, they're kind of characterized by a lack of adherence to Bond film tropes and stereotypes. So you would think that a faithful adaptation of a film like that would automatically not end up with many points there. But there were more than one might expect. Actually, I just realized we can't skip the credits because we have to check if James Bond will return. That's important. That is data that we need to document whether or not are informed about his return. But yeah, so I reckon this game, I'll have to see the spreadsheet in front of us, but I mean, we got the Orbit. Yeah, the Orbit gums. Yeah, there we go. So the Aston Martin is like mentioned, but there's no driving. Like that's kind of nuts. Like, where is there maybe a cutscene where the Aston Martin shows up? Like, I guess it's in the opening cinematic, the CG pre-rendered cutscene. James Bond will not return. Well, I mean, he might, but... So that's another oversight. Did we get to save the game after? Oh yeah, we did, because we hit continue and then we got the credits. I just want to make sure, but I guess I'm probably also never playing this again, so it's fine. All right, well there you go. That's Quantum of Solace, game number 2 out of 4. Let us let me organize things on my end here, and then we'll hop on over to the spreadsheet to do some bookkeeping. Get it up here on mine. And there we go. Get some jams in here. All right. Browser. Go. Interact. Easier for you guys to see. Game number 40, Quantum of Solace for the PS2. Window has been completed in 5:37:37. Well, let me correct this. The other game was called Field Operative. Completed the game. This game had different difficulty level names. I forget what it's called. I'll check the tapes. I'll just say completed the game on normal difficulty. Was it called Agent? Sure, I'll trust you. Yeah, because it was called like Rookie or something. Rookie Agent 007 or something. It had different ones from the other game. I just remember it, at least. Either way, that's done. Green. Oh yeah, and we completed this today, which is the 28th. The next up will be the Nintendo DS version by Vicarious Visions. I have no idea what that game is going to look like, because we've had a bunch of handheld Bond games, some of which have been full 3D first-person shooters, some of which have been sort of isometric, action-y type things. Vicarious Visions do good work. I trust it'll be a fine game, but I feel like the odds of it actually being great, I don't know. I mean, we'll find out, and I'm looking forward to it, but I'm not super hopeful. I thought the 360 game would be fun. Like, I was surprised when we first started playing it how sort of empty and bland it kind of felt. And then when we started the PS2 game, I was like, oh man, this is more what it should be. And then it kind of, I don't know, fizzled out a bit. So overall, like, Quantum of Solace is a bit dodgy, and I'm curious to see how that'll work out. Final game for the Java phones is by Java Ground, who did some of the better previous phone games we played. So I reckon that's going to be pretty good for what it is. But at the end of the day, we'll see how the Quantum of Solace family of games. We played Rogue Agent on DS, which was atrocious. I think that's the first one, because yeah, that would have been like 05. Bloodstone has a DS version as well, and GoldenEye. So GoldenEye, I reckon, is going to be another first-person shooter. But I'm not sure about Bloodstone. I mean, I don't really know what the console game for that is like either. yeah, DS Rogue Agent had the weird funk music, that's correct. Alright, like I said, I want to be a little snappy with this, so let's hop on over to the Bond Quotient data entry. This is my scientific method for determining is the, not the best, but the most James Bond game of all time. And yeah, you can see Quantum of Solace got a respectful 20.75 points here out of 31 or something like that. Games get a point for featuring various elements that are common in Bond films. And this will help us determine which is the most Bond faithful of all the games. So let's go through this, shall we? Tuxedo was featured there towards the end, when he's in the casino and everything. There is certainly both gunplay and fisticuffs. Gadgets got a 0.25 for the other game because of your high-tech Sony Ericsson phone that can hack into cameras and whatnot. That was not featured in this game, nor was there anything referred to as gadgets in multiplayer like there was in the other game. So I think this is actually a 0, which again, is fair because it's not a thing in the film at all. But I gotta respect how the Treyarch game tried to infuse a little bit more classic Bondism by having gadgety stuff to a very minor degree, but still more than the movie. I think we gotta give credits for driving car, because the car chase from the opening scene of Quantum of Solace, albeit CG, like, is kind of prominent, and it showcases Bond's skill as a driver, even if you don't control it personally. Like, this isn't a list of gameplay features, but rather elements of the Bond character and world that are featured in the game, and as such, get a point for driving car. I believe we gave points for driving the construction vehicle in the construction site, which was featured kind of slightly more prominently in this version. I don't recall if there were any other vehicular action that Bond was, like, it wasn't... I guess he's flying the plane, even if that's off screen. Basically, I don't think this game did less to show Bond's capability of commandeering vehicles than the other game. So I think it's fair to give a point there. Definitely no car gadgets, though. The charm/smarm factor, I would say for sure has a better shot at being present in this game, because we actually see Bond on screen and we see him talk and interact with people. He's not really all that charming, though. He's like a little sarcastic towards M, things like that, but I don't know. Like, I was hesitant to say anything about it because I feel like I didn't even remember any of the dialogue, because most of the dialogue happens in those cutscenes and I kind of talked over it or just glazed over when those happened. So the yellow box there simply indicates that I need to kind of recheck the tapes and come back to giving a proper appraisal. I mean, there's the scene where he has a conversation with Vesper on the train, which is an extremely charming scene in the film, and he at least, like, gives her a compliment, or like there's some kind of, you know, exchange between characters, and he's being, like, you know, charismatic to some degree. I think ultimately I'm gonna have to defer to further research on this one too. Just like, I'm not even really sure. Like, some of these other ones that have 0 is like because there's 0 dialogue and the character doesn't really appear on screen. But otherwise, most other ones have points for it. But it's such, like, Daniel Craig's Bond, especially in this film, is so joyless that it's like him not having this is like to be expected almost. But there might be something that makes me feel like they made a token effort to include that aspect, as limited as it may have been in the film, and that I think I need to take a closer look at to determine. Drinking, we got points because of the whole drinking a drugged martini, which was completely absent in this version. So I'm gonna say that's actually a 0. Stunts. I think was like also almost more of a, I mean, I guess we have the parkour scene that has to count, but there were more elements of like the rooftop chase and stuff that actually, despite the rest of the game being so lackluster in those parts, in the 360 game actually had some like not exact cutscenes but like sequences where you see him jump across rooftops and stuff. But just the parkour construction site QTE alone is like, that is a big set piece like stunt sequence from the film that is recreated quite faithfully. So that is definitely fair, even though there's like not a lot of it. It gets points for including it. The other game got a 0.5 for implied gambling, where a level starts at a poker table where gambling has happened off screen. We don't even get that. We do get mentions of him being a good gambler. We see the poker hands play out in like the visual briefing scenes. So there is acknowledgement of gambling. We don't really quite get to see him do it on screen, but I'm willing to give it a 0.25, which is like a pathetically low point value for a Bond game adapting a story in which him gambling is like the central plot point, like the like key sort of sequence of the story. So like, yeah, 0.25 is above average. Most games get a 0 on this one, but for having a game that includes the entirety of a Casino Royale in it to not actually have a part where even a cutscene, like the fact that the poker game is entirely skipped in the PS2 game is like insane. Globetrotting for sure. We go to a lot of different scenic locations with a nice visual variety. M briefings again, not necessarily literally being briefed by M, but having the whole MI6 briefing aspect. Even though I guess the story conceit in this one is that we're watching someone watch recordings of the briefings, like they're spying on the briefings, like they're at least featured. And they have the flavor of the kind of secret agent spy shit. No Q briefings, because of course there's no Q. But the 360 game got half point for having something that could be likened to the Q branch in terms of its like weird 3D art gallery stuff. And this game doesn't have that either, so that's a 0. Moneypenny's not featured. The line Bond James Bond is featured, as is the Bond theme, as is the opening theme song for the game, complete with proper theme song and animated credit sequence. Like it's good. It's what it should be. I was unsure about the gun barrel because I had a recollection of there being like something like a gun barrel sequence, and it is like in the cutscene at the end of this first level. But it's not really a proper gun barrel, but it's like they squeezed something in that's kind of based on the weird Casino Royale end of the movie gun barrel. So this, and it's the same in both games because it's like part, well, actually I guess I should double check, but it's definitely in this game as part of a cutscene, and I'm pretty sure it's basically identical in both games, but I guess I don't want to change the record here without double checking. But that's still a 0.5 because it's not the full gun barrel sequence. And it doesn't, the game doesn't start with it. Like, it's a weird refusal to do the proper gun barrel. As mentioned, we do, however, get full proper opening credits. Very well done. Product placement, the most unusual product placement. Like, okay, Aston Martin has a licensing thing, but I don't think, again, it's hard to claim that it's product placement because it's not really featured in that way. It's not like showcased. It's not like dialogue about like, oh, your brand new Aston Martin car, which is terrific. You know, it just happens to be one and it's barely featured. But then we had that fucking Orbit gum vending machine. But it's so funny, like, imagine if we hadn't come across that one Orbit gum vending machine. I would have been so baffled seeing that in the end credits. I mean, I was equally baffled just seeing it in the level, but at least I understand why it's there in the credits. But it's so strange that, like, Sony Ericsson is not there, but fucking Orbit chewing gum is. But it's like almost more than worth 1 point because it's just the absurdity of it. Bond was indeed in peril, I feel like, a number of times in sequence. We even got to see him bloodied and beat up. That's like pretty unusual. The actor likeness is like not really a statistically important thing. It shouldn't really be worth much. But it's just like for the purposes of data collection, whether the likeness is featured or not. Sexy ladies, yes. No real evil sexy ladies. Bond's dick powers aren't really on display in either of the films. So it not being too much of a factor in the game is unsurprising. In the 360 game, we barely ever see him interact with Camille or Vesper at all to begin with. And the one character in either film that you could undeniably say is like the victim of Bond's dick powers is what's her name? Fields from Quantum of Solace, and she is not featured at all in either game. So I think this is a 0. To be clear, like, this is not giving a point for whether Bond is romantically involved with a woman, but it's more about like jarringly sudden cases of women just like falling for him instantly through like zero effort of his, and also like for no good reason, which I mean is a pretty commonly recurring thing in the films, but not really. Like I said, I mean, it is present in Quantum of Solace with a character who doesn't show up in the game, but he doesn't really have that kind of relationship with Camille or Vesper, because in the case of Vesper, like, they actually kind of flirt on sort of mutual terms, and in fact, she's quite unimpressed with him when they first meet, and like, it's an actual evolving romance that is like kind of believable. So it doesn't really, the dick power clause doesn't apply. We got a proper full-on henchman. I think I was like very hesitantly giving a point to 25 because of the staircase assassin fight, because it's like kind of a mid-boss thing, but it's not really a henchman type character. And I'm actually going to revise this, and I'm going to give it a 0 because it is clear in context of the other game, and like just remembering that the hairpiece guy, what's his name, Elvis, like, oh yeah, he was a proper henchman. There was an actual henchman character in that film, and they just chose not to include him in the game at all. But he was featured both in his introduction and his like proper big fight at the end. Like, that's how you do it. And I mean, he's not that much of a henchman in the film, but they still made a proper henchman boss fight out of him in this game, and that's a job well done. That's worth credit. Yeah, and we have the actual villain, who also actually got like more of a big villain boss fight. I was unsure about how to classify the lair, both the hotel and like the barge and whatever, but I think ultimately I don't think there's anything in either movie that we can reasonably classify as a lair. So I left this blank here too because I kind of felt like I needed to investigate it, but having just come off the other game, I think we can just really give both games a 0 for that. We gave credits for Mads Mikkelsen's speech during like the torture scene. And it's kind of weird because the torture scene actually happens in cutscene form in this game, whereas it happens during a radio voiceover thing in the other game. But I felt like it was like more extended in the other game, like there was more dialogue. In this game, it's like not, I feel like Mads isn't really lecturing him or giving him a speech. He's like saying, I want my money. I'd have to recheck, but I feel like this doesn't really quite qualify. But I'm a little hesitant to say a 0 because I don't actually remember the dialogue and whether I would... But, you know, it has a villain tauntingly talk to Bond as he's tied up, which I think is in the spirit of it. But for a full point, I feel like it should also be, you know, they should be bragging about how great they are. And I'm not sure if there's anything of that nature in the dialogue in this game. And yeah, no... Oh, sorry, I didn't realize we were off screen here. My bad. And no James Bond will return. They fucked that up. So I'm a little surprised. It feels like there's quite a few bits here that we would not get points for here that the other game did. But, you know, I guess it goes both ways because it's a little bit of the opposite as well. So that lands us at a raw bond quotient of 17.75. Not hugely far behind, but still, you know, a couple of points. Notably behind for sure. And we have a whole slew of games that are, you know, in the 20s. So, you know, better than some, but not a highly impressive. But still a respectable number given what they had to work with, I suppose. I suspect that these numbers are only going to get lower as we get through the DS and mobile phone versions. Speaking of, the DS game will be next. And I said at the outset of this that I wanted to kind of try to burn through these games and get through them back to back. I was probably expecting to take longer with these two games. We've done 4 streams of these two games. We might start the DS game on Wednesday, but there's a possibility that I want to take a detour with something else in between. We'll see. But we'll probably try to get to it. It's more a matter of whether it requires additional setup for the capture or something else that's going to be like cumbersome and take a little time to set up, which is not impossible. But whether it's on Wednesday or Saturday or some other time in the not too distant future, next up on Games Bond will be Bottom of Solace for the DS. We do have the tier list update to do for this game. Normally I would do it now, but we're out of time tonight, so I think we might just do a combined tier list update with the PS2 game and the DS game when we finish that, or maybe even just do the rest of the 3 after we finish them. We might just do that. What's up, Jimmy Poopins? I shall hydrate. Thank you for the reminder. But that will mark the end of tonight's stream. Thank you very much for hanging out. This was fun despite frustrations. And I shall be back on Wednesday with most likely, I would say, more Bond, but we shall see. It looks like Tino is playing Time Commando, which is an incredibly sick game. Not had the opportunity to raid him in a very long time, so that seems like that's where we are gonna go. Thank you again for grand old time, and I'll see you next time. Big Bond will indeed return. See you guys around. Good evening and goodbye.